Good afternoon. We're going to start our closed session. Going to call this meeting to order and do a roll call. Carla Torres de Luna.
Here.
Elizabeth Martinez.
Present.
Lisa Marks.
Present.
Okay, let's do our flag salute. Lisa, you want to start us off, please?
Okay, begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do we have any public comments in closed session?
Not about closed session.
Do we have approval of the agenda for closed session?
Do I say so moved?
Yeah.
Okay, so moved. I'll second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, so we're going to now convene to closed session. It's 5:14. We're gonna call us back into session. We have nothing to report from closed session. We would like to do at this time community and staff recognition. Tonight, a colleague of mine we want to say goodbye to. I have had the pleasure of working with this man since 1990. He is by far one of the most giving, gracious, personable, extraordinary educators that has come to Hollister and has been a part of our community for so many years. And he was subbing one day at Mays, and I walked up to him and I said, "I'm gonna retire." And he said, "I'm gonna run for the school board." And I said, "So am I." And it started our journey on the school board. And I gotta tell you, it's just been a pleasure to be able to work with Mr. Kane and to be able to see the visions that we had for the Hollister School District as former teachers. Because we had a litany of not really demands, but changes that we wanted to see for our children and for our staff. And during the time of when we were interviewed by CSEA and by HESTA in the running process, this young lady over here gets the nod from HESTA and CSEA that they're gonna endorse her. So someone says, "Well, you guys should know it because you're a lot alike." And oh my goodness, we just connected. And as a trio, we then snatched on, and Liz, we became a quartet, and we got a superintendent in Diego Ochoa, and we just didn't let the grass grow. And we have been making change and change and change. And we are gonna miss our partner very much. You'll probably get some phone calls and some emails for some advice, but we could not have asked for a better partner on the board, for a better advocate for our children, for our staff. And we cannot thank you enough, Steve, for everything that you have done for the Hollister School District. Thank you very much. We have something here for you.
Do we come down here?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, the school district, so you don't get much. I know.
I'm not doing it for that.
I know.
Thank you.
You want to address us and
Yeah,
say anything?
I'd like to say a few things. You know, when I started my quest to run for the Hollister School Board, I did so because I thought the district needed to get back to the place it was when I was working, at least, and even before that. I unfortunately substituting, which I thought would be fun, wasn't as fun because as an experienced educator, I saw a lot of issues that was really hurt me because these are people I work with. It wasn't their fault.
No.
And so luckily, Jan was retiring and agreed to run with me because we had an agenda.
Yeah.
And number one was equity. We did not feel that that was happening in this district. Fortunately, Carla comes along and she's right on the same page, and I just thought, we're going to be able to do something. And we did. Come along with Liz. What we accomplished in 2.5 years is way more. And that's thanks to Diego and board members and teachers, everybody. We mentioned today it was a team. That's what it takes.
Yeah.
That's what turned this school district, in my opinion, around. We, first of all, recognized areas of concern. We addressed those areas of concern. We hired some great people that have done a marvelous job. And although I'm very sad to leave, I can't think of better people to leave this with. Erica, I'm rooting for you 100%. I'm rooting for you 100%. I want all of you to know that I am 100% behind you. I understand where you're coming from, and it's where I'm coming from, and I just want to see it keep going. And that's why I'd appreciate phone calls for that. I also am so excited about those test scores.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how much of that bothered me over this last year. That was the worst part of it. I just kept thinking, these kids, how are they going to be able to keep up? It's not fair. This has never happened to any kids, ever, anywhere. And for them, especially in our district, to do what they did, it just made my heart soar. So again, I want to thank everybody. You've all been very generous to me, and I will never forget the Hollister School District. So thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Well, that's, there's some cupcakes over there if you want some. Do we have any public comment?
We do. Can you hear me okay? Okay. Dear President Gris, Board of Trustees, and Interim Superintendent Sanchez. Tonight I would like to comment on the proposed changes to the dress code and board policy, as well as changes coming to the Hollister School District schools that aim to dismantle the school-to-prison pipeline. HESTA is ecstatic that our district is embracing change that will benefit every child. We first began asking Mr. Ochoa to partner with CTA to provide training for staff surrounding equity issues in our schools in November 2018, and spoke to the board during public comments shortly after. We gathered members to form an equity team in 2019 so that we could have experts to help guide us through the changes we knew needed to be made. We've been a little distracted this past year, but our equity team was able to meet twice at the end of May and can't wait to roll up our sleeves again in August. I have already begun meeting with CTA to discuss possible professional development beginning as early as next year. But regarding the proposed changes to board policy surrounding discipline and dress code, I would like to ask the board to take a moment and think about the rollout of these changes. In 2017, HSD tried to eliminate suspensions and office referrals, but failed to offer alternatives or training beyond capturing kids' hearts. Our campuses became unsafe as students couldn't figure out where the boundaries were. We risked repeating the same mistake by rolling out board policy before much training or conversations with staff have even occurred. HESTA asked that the board place an effective date on the new policies for August 2022. This would give staff a year to discuss, learn, and process the changes before being asked to implement them. It would give us a year to go through policy with a fine-tooth comb to be sure staff can put the policies into effect knowledgeably and with sensitivity. It would give us a year to do this right so that there can be no reason for it to fail. This is not an easy journey on which we are embarking. Authentic change will require soul-searching and self-evaluation. HESTA has not been asking for a change in program these last years. We have been asking for a change in culture, and that takes time. Specifically regarding policy changes to dress code, One glaring concern HESTA has is that the openness of the dress code does allow for wardrobe malfunction. These are children, not high schoolers. Tube tops, crop tops without minimum length, and pants allowed to sag too low are all clothing that would restrict movement as well as be targets for mischief. We ask that tube tops not be allowed as it would be too easy to pull down if targeted. We ask that crop tops be long enough to allow a student to confidently raise their hand without exposing breast or areola. And we ask that pants be worn so that they too cannot be target for pull downs. Lastly, these are all items of clothing for which different rules would apply for different body types. The freedom for all students just isn't worth body shaming some. Thank you for being willing to do battle for all of our students. HESTA wishes we could start this sooner. We would have liked to have been a larger part of the discussion over this last year, but between losing a member of this task force to an admin and another member not being invited by accident, we were only given one spot. Our hope is that we will be able to settle into a predictable school year that will allow us to take a greater part in the plans for HSD to dismantle the school to prison pipeline. Thank you, Angela Higgins, HESTA president. And that's the only comment.
Only comment we have, okay. So let's go on to consent items. We have consent items 10A to 10Q. I need a motion to accept.
So moved.
Need a second?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye. Discussion? Okay, so, we said aye, so it's 4-0. Consent passes. Okay, information item, this is an update on school discipline task force, proposed board policy and administrative regulations for dismantling the school to prison pipeline, and this is on bus conduct, bullying, campus disturbances, dress. This is a lot. And I don't know about you guys, but I have a lot to say. So where do we want to begin? Do you want to start, Lisa, with what your feelings are on this?
Well, we can have a presentation.
Oh, okay, you want to start a presentation, very good.
Okay, so good evening, board members and community members. So tonight we'll be giving an update on these administrative regulations and board policies that have been reviewed by the task force that has continuously and regularly been meeting. The task force itself includes a policy subgroup, and in that policy subgroup, the task before us is to look at administrative regulations and board policies that will allow us to dismantle the school to prison pipeline. So with that, this group of ARs and VPs that are coming before you have been looked at. We've looked at research and best practices that are found in other districts. We have had legal counsel look at them as well. And this is legal counsel that is brought on by the task force. It's not affiliated with the school district. However, these are recommendations for the board to consider and to have the ability to discuss tonight. There are various policies to look at. If there's one in specifically we'd like to start with, feel free to let me know.
Should we take them one at a time, or do you wanna, take a
How does the board want to do it?
I would like to go through each one and then, whatever
Which-
questions you have on the specific one, starting with the bus conduct,
Okay.
and then just kind of working our way through
As you
it.
can see, I have.
Yes, I saw your tabs.
No doubt. No doubt.
Well, first, before we get started, I think I would like to say, since I spent nearly 30 years teaching in middle school, that middle school, we have children that are going through puberty and adolescence. So you're gonna have children in 8th grade who started menstruating at 10 and are fully developed women by 8th grade. You're gonna have boys that have beards and are fully developed men. You're going to have girls that are flat-chested,
Physically developed.
physically not developed yet. And we're gonna have boys that are not even 5 foot yet and they don't have any hair on their legs. So you're gonna have this huge spectrum. And our children should not be dressing, we should not be sexualizing or allowing that to happen in our schools. Now, I got a lot of gray hair, but we are to educate. Our job is to educate. And, with all of this trafficking of children, and I don't believe that we should allow our children to be sexualized. And all it takes is some creep. And we're asking for it because we are allowing it. I have one other thing as a mother of a daughter. When the school has reasonable dress codes, that is a tool for a parent. And that parent can say, honey, you can't wear this. The school does not allow it. Because sometimes our kids want to grow up too fast.
Yeah.
And, sorry, it's not allowed at school. And I think we need to look at, my philosophy stems from the yin and the yang of children at that age level. Their frontal lobes are not developed yet. And we have to, in my mind, we should not allow the sexualization of our children. Because they're not, it's school. Okay, so, sorry, but I had to say that. Okay, so where do you wanna start? On the bus conduct, okay? Does anybody have anything to say on that? Cause I do. I don't know what tier 2 and tier 3 mean. So I think there should be some kind of a definition there. If I was a parent, I wouldn't know what that meant.
Yeah, I think this speaks to, some of the language in here does speak to the comment that was made, the public comment about training and about normalizing conversation, right?
Right,
So I think that, any random parent who is not versed in, and you're even asking, well, what is tier 1? I can interpret what it assume, but
I don't know
there's no
what it-
definition there, right?
Yeah, as a parent, I would not know what this meant.
Right.
If I was reading this, if my child got in trouble
Right.
on the bus.
Yeah.
And they see tier 2 and tier 3, I would be like, okay, what is that?
What is that?
So I would think that we need to do something to clarify.
Define it.
Mhm.
Or say what it is.
Yeah,
If it's prevention strategy, then say prevention strategy. If it's a warning, say it's a warning. Whatever.
So I have like a question. When a child starts school and they're going to ride the bus, no matter what their grade is, what the stuff that gets sent home to the parents before school, is there more detail as to bus policies and things like that they receive and read through and even sign off that their child will
The little packet of rules that we
Yeah,
get.
it's been a long time since I've had a kid in K through 8, but
You get a little gray
yeah,
pamphlet
will that be where
that
they?
we all thoroughly read.
I'll tell you what I did, maybe I'm that nerdy mom, but I totally did.
I did too.
But then don't they have to sign off to kind of give permission that their child will adhere to the policies? Now, is that where there's room to define tier 1, tier 2, tier 3?
There is a bus conduct agreement, and there is an application for bus riders that state, these are the rules.
Right.
And then we have the annual notification to parents, which is that gray booklet that Carla was speaking of. However, if we're looking specifically at the board policy, if the board is recommending that we define tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3 specifically, that's a recommendation that we could bring to the task force so that it can live in the administrative regulation.
Cause isn't this with PBIS
This is a
or MIS?
multi-tiered systems of support. It's also all of the intervention supports that we're putting in place at the schools, so most definitely a definition would be appropriate to add.
Yeah, here, but also, I mean, I just wanted to make sure that it, like, if we're talking about culture change, that it goes all the way through.
Universal,
Yes,
okay.
the same language.
Mhm. I agree with that.
Normalizing language.
Yeah.
Which will ultimately result in helping the culture change.
Right.
Correct.
So definitely.
And then on the third page, I found a typo. That no more.
We will correct that.
Did anybody?
Let me ask, is this the first reading or is this a final reading?
This is the first reading.
Okay,
Good
so we
question.
get another,
We would have another opportunity to come back. The board could also determine that the next reading also be a first reading.
okay,
I
For
think,
example, if
Yes.
there's a lot of changes that need to be made,
yeah.
then we go back to the task force and
this is
share
gonna,
that.
they're gonna have to do it again.
So it would be a first reading again.
Okay.
On the bullying, one of the things that, when they were talking about encouragement of parent participation in bullying behavior prevention initiatives, I thought we should have some assemblies.
Number 4,
Yes,
that's something we've been talking about.
And we
from the
haven't done
parent,
yet.
We haven't done the parent, and that goes to the comment I made earlier, right, and the public comment. The public comment was referring to, I think, she was referring to staff training, but I think also it's important to have the parent piece, right? Tell me what's changing, tell me why, tell me what I need to do.
right.
So that I can,
Well, see, you know how we need to get back to doing assemblies at schools. But we should be doing some assemblies for parents. We need to
workshops,
help the parents.
Yeah.
We need to get them to see what their children are learning at school in regards to bullying.
Right.
And we need
social
to,
media,
all of that, and it's not fair to our parents if we don't give them the same education that their children are getting in regards to bullying and how to prevent and what if your child is the one being bullied and what to do and, the whole gamut.
that's a part of the trauma-informed work too, right?
Right.
I mean, you don't just address the child, because they're at school and then they go home, so you address the whole,
The whole family
The whole
needs
family.
that. So we need to somehow or another, get that part in there that we, yes, it says encourage parent participation, but don't we have to educate the parents?
Don't we have to offer to them? Yeah.
You're gonna, and isn't that part of the LCAP, I would
It
think,
is
part of our goals?
parent engagement, parent workshop.
Right, and on the next page, I don't know about you guys, did you see any cyberbullying in there? I saw nothing.
I thought
There's just
there
one
was one reference.
difference,
And
Where
that's
was
the
that?
big,
nature of cyberbullying.
Where did we
Where's
see
that?
that?
Just the very last sentence here.
oh no.
Well, the last paragraph,
Yeah.
cyberbullying.
Oh, I see,
includes
information on
electronic
incidents and
That was it.
That's not enough.
No, not enough.
And
Wait a
because
minute, the
that,
last paragraph?
no, last sentence.
Well, no, go to page 1 on bullying. The last paragraph that was not highlighted because there's no changes to it,
Okay,
does a definition of cyberbullying
Okay.
and what it includes.
okay, I see what you mean.
Where is that? I'm sorry.
Page
Page on
1
the
of
bottom.
the board policy. Last paragraph of the page.
You're right.
But it doesn't get into pornography.
Well, it's not just that, it's the whole trafficking type of grooming that goes on
Right.
in that realm, in that world. That concerns me.
And there's actually verbiage that was recommended
By CSB, yeah.
that isn't in here
That's
about trafficking.
This is not up
But
to date.
is that something separate?
Yes, because we've got to get into the trafficking, the grooming
Yeah, but does
aspect.
that,
No, in a different board policy.
correct. I'm wondering
I
if it
don't
falls
know.
under bullying.
I'll look at that.
I think it belongs somewhere
Okay,
else.
all right,
Like
you're
it's
all
own
right.
policy or something.
Well, all I know
Or
is we
safety,
gotta,
under safety or something like that.
right. But I just, I don't know, I just don't think it's strong enough.
Because it's a whole different, I mean, this, this heading is bullying, so,
Right, it's all about how kids bully other kids.
right,
That's what
Right.
this is about.
right, that's kind of what I'm getting.
I mean, I do like that, you know, we do wanna, I think about this, and these are those hard conversations, right?
Yeah, that's what
I think about this with the students who, you know, with the school shootings,
Yeah,
and I think about, you know, what led them to, and you know, when
how they were bullied.
how they were bullied, right? And so how do we get to the prevention point of making sure if a child is being bullied and to talk to the bully to see how we can intervene with restorative. I think that's what this
That's
does
in the
get
first
to.
in the first
Yeah, which I
paragraph.
like,
Yeah.
that. That's what we want. We want, these are students, no matter what, and we wanna help them.
Yeah, so this is student on student.
Right.
And I
With
agree with
intervention
Jan,
from staff.
with assemblies at all different grade levels, regardless from PK to 8th grade, assemblies and conversations of this type need to be happening.
Agreed.
So that kids, you know, the conversation is still being had
Right.
amongst their peers and that they know amongst themselves.
Yeah.
They need to call it out, they need to be those upstanders and
Right, but
say,
before we do
"This
it
is
with the kids, we do
unacceptable."
it with the parents first.
with, well, in combination, but I think the assemblies, because I think even with parents sticking to certain, you know, certain pieces that, you know, what we're gonna be introducing to their children and what conversations are going to be had with their children and the support that we need from
Right.
them as far as parents, but I think, yes, you know, all of these conversations have to mirror each other because we just, you know, we definitely wanna make sure that the parents are understanding there's gonna be that shift in expectation and understanding and that their child is now going to have, you know, the ability to advocate for themselves, to, you know, talk about and have that normalcy to even say, Mom, you know what, I saw today, and, you know, to where you can find that normalcy even in that conversation when you're
Right,
having
right.
with your child.
Right,
Well, it's really important that we do this, and we do it right.
agreed.
So it sounds like the board is directing that we look at parent workshops and assemblies for the educational purpose, so that the parents know what the expectation is, but also have assemblies for students to be able to have those conversations.
Well, we want our parents, one, also to be educated on how they can help,
Tools, right?
the tools so that they can help their children. And then we need to educate our children on tools, how to help each other, themselves, and how to go about all of that.
So it's kind of like the example that Liz gave, you have an assembly, the student goes, they come home and they're like, Mom, Dad, you know,
Yeah.
Grandma, whoever, I heard this. We should have the guardian, let's call him guardian, be informed prior to,
Right.
so that they're able to be like, oh, I know you were gonna go there, I'm ready to talk about it, this is how.
So we should have it preempted to where we're engaging our parents prior to us having these these
Assemblies for the
assemblies
kids.
with our children so that the parents are prepared or the guardians are prepared to have those conversations, or at least prepared that they're gonna be
Right.
coming
This is-
home
this
with
is coming
those types
home,
of
right.
topics of conversation.
And it also helps, if you've got a quiet one, that the parent can elicit response. You know, how was that assembly? I think you had assembly today, didn't you? And, you know, try to, those that are quiet to draw it out.
But I think you're correct, you're on point, you know, having those things at our each school
I think
site
this is really
in the
important.
evenings to really bring out these conversations so that, you know, as a community, we are all participating in that growth, in that culture shift.
It says on number 3, creation of a school-wide climate culture, right, that supports tolerance and celebration of all forms of difference. Maybe we can find a different word than tolerance. I know that was the buzzword before,
Yeah, that's kind
but
of
now
old.
it's kind of
Understanding,
support,
empathy.
empathy, they say equity and inclusion, you know, maybe, yeah. But that could be, yeah.
Oh, on page 2, last sentence, preventative instead of preventatives measures,
Got it.
okay?
Yeah,
Sorry.
Alright.
But it helps you help yourself.
Grammar expert.
So for the cyberbullying, did we want to make any changes there, strengthen the language?
I think it should be strengthened.
Strengthen.
Okay.
I think that pornography should be put in there.
Well,
No.
but this one, that one, see,
No.
I see this particular board policy is student on student bullying. The other elevation of what the other topic is at a whole, I'm not sure what board policy that in
It
itself
might be
needs to be.
digital safety or digital protection or something like that.
Well, I
that's-
gotta tell you, kids that get caught doing it don't even realize that it's a crime. They have
Sometimes,
not a clue.
Well, wait a minute, are you talking about like,
A
in this,
girl takes a picture of herself and sends it to her boyfriend.
but is
that
that not
boy-
bullying, but is that bullying?
Yes, it is, because then that boy
Because the
sends
boy
it
might
to
have
other
solicited it,
boys.
yeah.
cyberbullying.
That is cyberbullying.
When you share,
And
When you
those
share
boys do not
sensitive
know that they are
information.
just committed child pornography.
Right.
And it is right there, and I've seen it happen way too many times.
yeah, I think that.
And they are totally unaware of the seriousness of it. The little girl is unaware of the seriousness of it.
So harmful texts, it would include, it could say including pictures or multimedia texts of a personal nature or a sexual nature.
They call it
Something like that.
pornography.
I understand, but when I think
The
of
way they describe
pornography,
it.
I think of actual like sexual acts.
Right.
I understand that it falls into
When they
that
say the
umbrella.
word, this is how things happen. When they say the child was molested, the child was raped.
Right.
They think using a different word makes it okay. That's my point.
No, I hear your point, I'm just saying that my mind for pornography goes to the actual sexual acts of some sort.
Right.
And although it is technically pornographic,
Pornographic.
they,
Maybe say pornographic photography.
or just
Or explain what it is. It goes back
of
to
a
tier
sexual
1, tier 2,
nature,
right?
or, yeah.
Let's explain
Just
what we're
be
saying.
implicit or explicit,
Yeah,
yes.
do not forward, like, I don't know the language, but something about forwarding.
Well, this is where the task force gets in.
Yeah.
That-
Yeah,
that's their job.
forwarding emails of a personal nature or with any,
I think the task
Lack of
force
clothing.
really needs to kind of dig in a little
Right.
bit more on the cyber
But that's why I
piece.
feel so strongly about this, because I have seen this happen.
Well, the thing is that our kids are growing up with this technology. This
Right.
is second nature to them
Right.
Mhm.
as young as 3,
3,
4,
Oh.
5, 6, you know,
Right,
how about we
It's-
call it sexting?
but it's,
That falls under that, right?
I don't know. I don't know.
No,
Let's
it
let
does,
these guys
doesn't it?
figure it out.
We'll
Because
forward it
it's
to legal
too
counsel.
Yeah.
What?
We'll forward it to legal counsel.
yeah, but I think I would like the committee to kind of dig a little deeper into what
Right.
that would look like and what is out there, for that, because it
I'm
is.
sure there's stuff,
Right,
just needs to be explained a little more.
Mhm.
okay.
So that parents are
Sorry,
clear,
Counselors.
students are clear, yeah.
Got more work to do.
Yeah. I just want the children protected, that's all.
Yeah, if we're gonna do this, let's do it. Right? Let's do it.
I went along pretty well till we got to the dress code, then I fell apart again.
So campus disturbances.
I thought, yeah, that, I didn't have any, did anybody have any problem?
I thought it was
with
good.
that? Did you have, with campus disturbances, or, yeah, did you have
The
any
wording
trouble?
in it? I did.
Yeah, everybody was okay with that?
I like the right to free speech, that was good.
Yeah, I thought so too. Where it fell apart for me was dress and grooming.
Let's go there.
AR 5132.
Yeah. Some of the principles I have trouble with. To me, a principle should be that, you know, the dress code should serve to support the children's learning and education. I mean, that's what we're here for. That's our job,
Need the principal.
right? It's on the very
Second paragraph.
Okay.
and it's in the bullets, and it says here, like, the student dress code should serve to support all students to develop a body positive self-image. Well, we're here to educate.
Because that body positive self-image may not be something we can accomplish, because every person feels the way they feel about their body, whether they like it or not, you know, and we could always pick at our bodies, right? And that's the thing with a child is that, again, going to, you know, Jan's comment, I understand the nature of the conversation, but we're there to educate so that, and create an atmosphere where children feel safe, accepted, welcomed, regardless
can
of
learn.
what they look like, regardless of what they're
Right.
wearing, regardless of the you know, value of, you know, of their clothing or whatever. It shouldn't be about clothing, you know, for kids. We shouldn't make it about that. It should be about what they're there for and making them feel like they're all the same and equal, and, you know, removing that stigma when it comes to the clothing and the value that we as human beings kind of label, right? Oh, well, she's got this bag, or she's got this, and it's like, it shouldn't even matter when it comes to our children. Like you said, it's about who they are as a person, and not make it to where it's a fashion statement. We're going to school.
I understand the rationale, you know, I get the, you know, the body positive self-image, but I think that's tailored, or maybe it should be tailored to older teenagers, right? Because our district is K-8, and so we have to look developmentally, right? There's some things for this age and there's some things for this age, right? And I think I would like to see us really go back to the task force and maybe even like, you know, join a little more with our teachers and CSCA partners who are developing this, you know, who are ready to join the task force, and maybe really fleshing this out a little more. I don't wanna change something that, you know, you were teaching for a lot of years, you know, you've been on campus. You know, I can see, you know, from a societal perspective, but then from a parent hat, and then you're on I worked on campus too.
Yeah.
In the middle school, and I would, you don't wanna give opportunities
Well, the other thing too is that, in regards to, shaming, you get some of these kids that get so wrapped up in their clothes, and what about the kids that can't afford new
Right,
clothes?
right. That goes to.
Well, in a way, I feel like that's where I was gonna go. I feel like the body positive self-image thing can fall into that bucket too, and then not in the way that you all may be thinking about it, but for like, let's say an overweight girl who wants to wear something that's a
Trendy
little
clothes.
tight or trendy, right, and maybe teased for or whatever. Again, we're going back to culture, right? If we're creating a culture of acceptance, if we're creating a culture of respect and empathy, then this is a place where we can reinforce those. We're allowing people to have the individuality that they want, but also it opens opportunities for discussions about why it shouldn't be an issue, so to speak. I go back to my own middle school years and all the girls wore tube tops and things like that. And yeah, sometimes they had bad things happen, but it almost taught them to like be more protective, like they didn't wear it again. I mean, and not that we wanna go there, I'm not trying to okay it, I'm just showing it as an example of there are life lessons to learn in that too. And I have a daughter who's really open about, and she's younger, that's really open about body positivity and being able to just be you without being sexualized. Her argument is sexualization happens not from her, but from the outside coming in, and that she shouldn't have to change the way she dresses just because they choose to objectify her.
Right.
So
Right.
it's,
But a
it's a
12-year-old
thought process.
You're 12, you don't have that. I mean, I would
Don't
like
we
to
go
know how
as
many.
high as 14 or 13?
We go
or
13, there's some 14-year-olds, not many.
No, we have.
I know, but not that many.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is, like, what about those kids?
Well, what I'm trying to say is that I don't think many of them have the ability to hold their own on that.
But see, to me, it's, you know, Jan and I have this conversation, it's a distraction from learning.
Yeah.
You know, if a young man, you know, has a young lady sitting in front of him
Or
with,
anyone.
or anyone,
That's where my daughter would go,
or
right? No, not my
the, you know, a
problem.
young man sitting in front of a young lady as well with his pants halfway down. You know, it's just, it's a distraction. To me, it's, you know, the clothing, I get it's a fashion statement and kids wanna
I've
wear
had
the
some things
latest.
happen in a classroom that
latest
you don't
things.
wanna know about. And it's been with young men sitting next to girls. So, you know, guys, I that's all I'm gonna say in a public meeting, but
I do want us to also be thoughtful about, you know, gender.
Right.
Especially when we're in Pride Month and we do have a proclamation coming up that, you know, and this is part of that changing our language, right? That we all are trying to do. So maybe we reference, you know, because it could be any student
oh yeah,
who's, doesn't have to be a male, female, it could be male, male, female, female, it could be, so maybe it just is good for us to practice that muscle of student
Referring it
to
more
student,
neutral.
more neutral. Yeah, it's just, you know, this is how we learn.
Right, right.
So I heard that the board would like the task force or district administration to engage with CSEA and TESTA. And then,
yes, and I think that these 3 bullets should focus more on education,
okay,
and that's our job. And that the self-awareness of if we're dealing with the correct type of clothing, body shaming and self-image, I guess, maybe I'm getting just too old, I don't know, I'm having a hard time with this.
My personal opinion is, and I felt like this when my kids were younger, you know, also, is teenage or going into teenagerhood is a time to find your own self-definition. It's a part of the process. And if we hem them in too much,
Right.
then it number one costs some parents more money because they have to go get like a separate, maybe at home they're not gonna care what their kid wears, but they have to have like separate clothing to send their child to school in to meet the dress code. And then there's shaming that goes on if a child comes to school in something
So I'm
that's
just asking them to wear a blouse,
inappropriate.
but I'm asking them to wear a blouse that's not a spaghetti strap. And I'm asking them to wear a blouse that covers their midriff.
I get that, but when they go home, maybe their parents say, you can wear what you want.
So,
And now that's two pieces of clothing versus one piece of clothing. I had to send my kids to school in San Jose to full uniform schools. I was so offended because I didn't want to make them themselves. Everybody looked, it was militaristic in my opinion. I just say it's a fine line to walk, right? To allow them to have their expression
their identity.
and define their identity and find out in good ways, hopefully, but possibly even some not good ways, what works. I just worry that we control too much. I don't want us to go too far.
Right.
We want to find a sweet spot, whatever that looks like.
And I'm okay with them finding their identity, I just don't want it to turn into something that could be ssexualized. Can be twisted by another student and it be twisted in a negative fashion on any student. And that's where I think where we have these rules, right? I mean, there's a reason why we have laws in this country. It's just because we have to learn to manage ourselves as individuals
Right,
and live amongst different ways of thinking.
right.
And so to incorporate that into how our kids grow up into a society where rules apply to all, right? Whether we like them or not, but there are laws, everything is enforced for a reason, speeding, everything. But I wanna incorporate the individualization of students in deciding who they are. That I do not wanna take away, because that's important, but I just don't want it to get away from us to where we're having these issues because our kids can't manage to control the hormones and I just wanted to keep it respectful
Right.
so that kids can come to school feeling
One of the
like
things,
they're gonna be okay.
one of the things that happened, and you mentioned it, Lisa, and prior to us becoming more socially aware, women were accused when they were raped that they asked for it because of their dress. And you said, well, if a tube top gets pulled, they won't wear it again.
No, I said some.
Okay, well, but still it's the same, and we get kids that will get pantsed because they have sweats on. They didn't ask for that, but
Agreed.
they had, so,
So if we're teaching them respect and.
but I understand, but
Yeah.
they're impulsive, they're adolescents, their puberty, their hormones are everywhere. And that's why I say, at this age, what we're dealing with are children that don't have control to deal with that stuff, and we should leave it out. Have them, just wear a regular blouse, wear, regular pants. And, this to me is, because we're here to learn. We're not here to look at how low is your tube top, or, what can happen.
I understand I totally understand what you're saying, but I think it's kind of built in, like the clothing that covers,
I had
those
I had a
spots.
boy who had on sweats and totally took his pants off.
He took them off.
Yes, and he was sitting right next to a girl.
So
He could have done that.
if he was wearing pants with a button, he couldn't have taken his
If
pants
he
off?
had it would have been a lot harder, but I was able to get him out quickly But that's,
I
I've
understand.
never had it happen before
I think.
or again, because he's not supposed to wear those kind of pants.
I think, in this section, the page before the last, no, maybe not. The page that talks about, hair and grooming, head coverings, 1, 2, 3. I'm glad that they put in hair and grooming styles, right, that those,
Oh, yeah.
people, that's, because that's been a long time coming. I'm glad they included head coverings,
Yeah.
religious, cultural significance. And I think I'm gonna just ask you all to think about this one a little more, the clothing, the baggy pants, hoodies and such.
Right.
I feel that should be okay. I actually agree with that because that is a stereotype when that could be seen as a stereotype that is gang affiliated. And I've said that over the years and I have to be honest and stay true to how, and that is a part of school to prison pipeline. That because there's a child who's wearing baggy pants, that they get targeted as gang related when not knowing that they are borrowing their siblings' clothes or
Just like
that
loose
they're-
clothing.
or loose clothing because they're low income and, parents said, I'm gonna buy you an extra size so you can grow into it, so I have to buy, I know I've done that and so that's, for me, I want us to consider that as an income maybe issue.
Right.
And that, just something for us to consider. And also, right, it says particular brands of shoes. I'm glad that the task force included the hate group category, not just the gang. But I still want us to be careful of how we identify it. So it says, in order to provide all students a safe, appropriate academic environment, look-alike gang and hate group behavior is prohibited at school. What does that mean? What are
Okay,
we
that's a
talking-
slippery slope, I gotta
Right?
tell you, because one school, but what page are you on?
It looks like there's one page number. so
There's,
I know.
it's page 5 of that particular administrative review.
Yeah, 5 at the top.
Yeah, and those can change.
And I'm glad they said that, those can change depending on.
Which one is it?
So
This
you
one?
can get paid, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think it's ridiculous, because you can go for, I can remember there was a time, all the kids came in purple. Okay, well, they could all come in orange. It's ridiculous.
Right.
It's constantly changing.
It's
Yeah.
constantly, right.
Well, that's just
Well,
ridiculous.
at best, we need to at best, we need to properly define hate groups and hate
Agreed.
speech.
Agreed.
What does that include? Is it, is it the swastika?
Yeah, what is it?
Yeah, is it anti-Muslim? Is it,
Right.
you know what I mean?
What
Like,
is it?
what is it?
Right, what does that look like?
Yeah. What does it include and what does it look like?
And, yeah.
Yeah, because I remember, because we've had this policy and we've had students get in trouble for they couldn't wear a bear, they couldn't wear,
That's ridiculous.
North Cal, they
I
couldn't
know.
wear any of those things.
Right, that's ridiculous.
And, which,
They couldn't wear Raiders, now that's it.
Back to the drawing board.
Back to the drawing board. You include Raider apparel allowed.
But no 49ers.
Just kidding, just kidding.
Well, I would like to go back to this page here, which is this the second or third page? The second page. What students must wear. First off, on the shoes, it's a safety issue and it's covered by our workman's comp.
So should it be closed
It
toe
has to be
shoes?
closed-toed
So it
shoes.
should say
And,
closed toe.
yeah,
That's
and
a
that's
Calosha.
Calosha, so kids, they're in the same deal there. So, sorry, but that's the way it is. On the hoodies, okay, it's called headphones. And it's called, I've got my headphone on and I am not paying attention.
They're not
in
allowed to
class.
have cell phones.
Wait, what if they wear a hoodie, what if they wear a hoodie and they can't put the hood up? They can wear the hoodie, but they don't have to have their hood up.
Right.
Oh, yeah, I don't have a problem with that, but it's putting it on is the problem.
This here says overhead is allowed, I think that's what Jen's talking about.
Yeah.
As long as
See,
space is not obstructed.
And see, can't have it on, that's the issue.
I'm curious with the people who put that with their.
I don't know, but let me clue you in, you don't have that kid. And they could be,
Yeah, I'm curious on the task force, kind of
why
like
they
what
put
they're,
that in,
what some of these things they were considering
because
as
they could be on the
allowances.
phone with somebody,
Right.
You know, in working with, you know, like Jen was saying, your teachers, your classified, and that school environment, right, with kids right now.
well, they weren't thinking about school here with
If
overhead.
we are really truly thinking about making that shift and incorporating the people that are gonna be dealing with them and educating our staff so that we can better educate our students, right? So how do we define even the clothing that our kids are gonna wear? We
Right.
can't even come to that,
Okay,
you know, agreement.
let's pajamas.
No ripped jeans? Oh, man.
Wait a minute, what about
I can't,
pajamas?
no, I can't. Pajama,
Okay, you are not saying you're ready to learn.
No.
Only
I'm
pajama
sorry.
day.
Yeah, pajama day, I'm fine. Okay, but, you know, come on,
But you're
wear
just rolling out of
pajamas.
bed, come on.
No, I'm sorry, these
So
are
they should just revisit it.
I
big
think
time.
I think
You
this one
know,
really needs to have a more of a
They have to have their
Collective.
educated hat on. We are teaching school.
yes.
So what educated that?
They have to think like they're in class to learn.
Like they're on an
An educator's
site
cap.
environment, you
Yeah.
know,
I
dealing
mean-
with this every single day.
The hoodie, I mean, yes, wear your hoodie, cool. I see what you mean in class.
No, even on their
You're saying even
campus.
on campus?
No, but I'll tell you
Hoodie.
why, because they could be brewing up a fight, they could be brewing up a drug deal, they could be brewing up, just even listening to music and there's an emergency and they can't hear. They're not supposed to have, in our campuses, phones. So we're not the high school. So they're not supposed to have phones. And what do we, you know, I'm sorry, this is, you either have no phones or you have phones. And headphones equal phones. Can't have both. Not for me. I was in the classroom too many years.
For me, I think the hoodie is a tough one from a stereotype perspective, right?
I see, I look at it
You
as an
don't, I know,
educator.
right.
Okay, so I'm looking at, I want that person learning, I want that person to hear me,
And the other engaged.
and yes, and then on campus, okay, I wanna be able to see their faces. I wanna, you know, I'm sorry, but that's how they get fights started.
And wearing a hoodie.
No, by the ability to
To talk.
communicate,
We are making an assumption that if
Right.
you're wearing a hoodie, that you're gonna start a fight.
no, I'm just telling you.
I live in hoodies when I'm not here.
too.
No, I'm telling you things that can go south. Our campuses are gonna be much smaller next year, and maybe the principals will decide that that's okay. But they can take it to us, but at this point in time, the hoods need to stay down, in my opinion, as an educator.
Yeah, I mean, the hoods, even in the high school, the hoods, if it's
Can
raining,
we not call them the hoods?
you know, but for identifying a student, it's always better to know, you know, for that reason too, that making sure they're okay.
Mine's
Because
gonna be
we wanna
yellow.
make sure that we can see their face and that
He's white.
they're okay. You know, for many times they come onto campus and that's where you're catching their eyes,
Catching.
right? And when they're
Because they're gonna
not
have
wanting to, and then when you're already limiting what amount of
You can see.
space you can see, it really makes it difficult. And so you just wanna make sure that every child is gonna be safe on campus. But it's,
Okay, we also have another big issue that we haven't discussed with,
Which one?
is dressing out for PE.
Oh, where's that?
Well, it's not here, and this is the issue, because at, our schools that we have turned to K through 8s
Yep.
have no place for children
To
to change.
Well, HDLA has been like that for a couple years.
Right, and
And
so,
so has Calaveras, I believe.
yeah, and
And
so,
they just,
let's talk equity.
right, no, we've said it, yeah, those kids have said,
We
why
have-
don't we get to dress out, we're in our clothes,
I
we're
know.
sweating. Yes.
We have a huge issue, and if we take away dressing out for PE, we can't do it unless we negotiate with our PE teachers. We can't just throw them under the bus, because that will wipe out the programs at Mays and Rancho. If we require dressing out at all of our K through 8s, we don't have facilities for that. We have a problem. And it's a problem that our cabinet needs to work on. And I don't frankly know what we're gonna do. We can't take away, we have to negotiate with our union groups, what we're gonna do. But it also involves our transgender children. And we have a responsibility and the law to deal with that issue as well. So it's something that we cannot ignore anymore, and we have to take care of those children.
I wonder what other districts, I'm curious what, now that we're all trying to, follow and be sensitive to including our transgender students, what other districts might be doing.
And what can we do to help them?
So we did check in with the high school, since they are the feeder school that we connect to. They will return to campus, and right now the understanding is that they will dress out for PE. And they will also offer their restrooms. They are non-gender restrooms or unisex restrooms. They have those already built onto campus. And they also have locker rooms, where the students could go into like a private stall where the toilets are, basically to change if they need to.
Are they unisex too?
No, the
No,
locker
they're
rooms are
still male,
still
female,
male,
and-
female.
yeah, designations. They have not created any other changing
Locker room.
locker room
I
where you could go for.
Those are two different issues, right? One is offering the space for our transgender students, the other is our K through 8 who have no place to
To
change.
change.
So we did begin the conversation with our principals and with our director of facilities, Eric Bezetta, who is walking the campuses to see what it would take to build or drop in a restroom that is not gender identified.
And can I ask, not to put you on the spot, I'm just thinking, because I know some students were trying to advocate at HDLA for like a locker room space, and I think they had identified like one of the portables, and I don't know, it's just I don't know if that's too complicated, I don't know if that's even
I don't know, but
doable.
So it's just a matter of looking at the current infrastructure, basically, are we going to be able to put this type of a unit, this type of a single stall, or create single stalls, or create a locker room with the current infrastructure in the room that we have on each site. So it's gonna take a little bit of walking, talking, getting eyes on each one of the sites and seeing what it's gonna take to do what the board proposes, and that's pretty much what I have at this point. I mean, it's just getting out onto the site, looking at it, seeing if this or that is even doable, and what it's gonna take, money and time, what kind of effort, efforts that are gonna be necessary in order to accomplish what the board proposes and what we ultimately, where we wanna get to, so. it's, that's how every job starts pretty much. So, I mean, it's something that I think is doable. It's something that's definitely, it's something that's doable. It's just, what's it gonna take to get to where we wanna be?
Plus, we gotta see how many eighth graders we have at each school, right? Cause it's not gonna be,
Well, no, under California state law, 7th and 8th graders are mandated. Yeah, 7th and 8th graders are mandated by time. And then 6th graders are mandated by time, but it's not as much as the 7th and 8th.
okay,
So it's the TK through 5 that we don't have the mandated,
TK through second grade, I believe, or TKK do not have the mandate. From the primary grades, it's based on grade level, the amount of minutes every 2 weeks.
but the bulk of the time is 6th, 7th, and 8th, right?
The bulk, yes, they are
Yeah,
required more
the
time.
bulk of the time is 6th, 7th, and 8th, and those are the kids that would, because of the time, the amount of time, would be the ones that really needed to dress. Because they have time to play a full game.
Right.
My
And
concern is though, that this law's been in effect for some time and we're not in compliance with the law. And in that turnaround and trying, Erin, to see what kind of support would you need? Would you actually need to have an architect walk with you to get specs and to figure out the design of what can be structurally built out or dropped in, so that we could get this compliance?
I think eventually it would come to that. I think initially, I think I could definitely continue to walk the site and see, like I said, the current infrastructure and see if we can, work off of what we have that's already on site. For instance, like bathrooms, can we tap into the current infrastructure there to create more restrooms that would create more space that could be single stall, unisex type restrooms, that is an example. Definitely an architect would be something that would be, something that we should consider, definitely. But I think initially, starting the process would be just to get out on site, see what's there. We still have someone in the district that is we call him the walking, talking, as-built able. So he'll be out, by the end of the month, so I can walk with him continuously and see what's there, because he knows everything that's underground, where it's at, where it's coming up. So that's an important aspect of just getting this started. But to answer your question, yes, I think an architect would definitely be somebody, to design something if we kind of were able to present and know what we want. We don't want to go into something with an architect blind. We want to say, this is what we're looking to do, what's it going to take to get there, right? And I mean, I have hundreds of plans in the maintenance department that we can refer to of as-builts, that we would do anyways to try and get ahead of the process so that we then spend less money having to hire these people, talking to them. The more we know going into it, the better off we are. But I believe so. It would eventually come to that if we want to build a structure or tap into that infrastructure. Yeah.
I notice here it says, thank you, Erin, we're on the spot.
Sure.
The principal, staff, students, and parents at each school may establish reasonable dress and grooming regulations for times when students are engaged in extracurricular or others. I don't know what number that is, but it's, I think it's 4. So does that mean that, that the principal, staff, students, where they can determine like, okay, if we don't have a facility for you all to dress out in, maybe we do PE at the end of the day, right? Like maybe we figure out a workaround. Is that what they're referring to, or is it something else? Right here, under dress code 1, 2, and 3. Dress code. So it's page 1, yeah, 4. The one that's not dark, the principal, yeah.
That's a good question, Kevin.
I don't know if that's what they need,
Yeah. Well, that's up for interpretation.
right?
That's what's.
I would say PE is a core subject, and this is referring to extracurricular like sports.
Oh, okay.
Or special school activities, which could be field trips or assemblies.
Or when they, play the teacher,
Got it,
that kind of stuff.
Well, the question then is, okay, well, thank you for clarifying, but then I guess this goes to, if we can talk to our teachers and staff about this PE issue for 6 through 8. Is that something that, not to dictate, but like for them to think about how to work around?
Okay,
Because, yeah, you're not gonna get a locker room tomorrow or in September.
and then if we go, from that page that Carla was on and go 3 more pages, where it says, at the top is self-confidence. Very top
Yeah.
is self-confidence.
Uh-huh.
And you'll see, where it says violations of dress code should be treated as minor on the continuum of school violations. And then it says that, parent guardians should never be called, during the school day to bring alternative clothing for the student to wear for the remainder of the day unless by student request. And it also says that, they cannot miss class. Where does that one say?
I saw that. Can't be removed, no, students shall not be removed from
The
class.
4th bullet, 1, 2, 3, yeah. Students shall not be removed from class or deprived instructional time as a result of a dress code violation unless that violation is causing a disruption to the level of threatening violence. Students and parents or guardians who want to contest a dress code decision may have access to a student advocate or ombudsman person and appeals process. Okay. Everybody knows passive aggressive behavior, right? And this is classic passive aggressive behavior. Okay, you have a young man comes in and he's got a naked woman on his shirt. You have a first period. He comes in right as the bell rings, sits down. Okay? So I'm not supposed to have him miss instruction. It's not violent. So, then, it's under not because it's violent.
But it's under pornographic, that's one of them.
No. This is a dress code violation. Okay. So, this naked lady, we're all looking at this naked lady. And,
Pornography may not work.
right,
So no
But-
naked ladies allowed.
but this is telling me,
It's a dress code
Dress
violation.
code violation, gotcha.
But
Okay, I'm with
since
you.
it's non-threatening,
Gotcha.
and it's not violent,
Okay.
I can't send him out of class.
Can you,
Wait a minute, we're not done yet. And
We can't call parents.
we can't call the parent. We never, says never,
I get that.
call the parent. So we're supposed to get this guy to go to the office during passing time? And for 57 minutes, I'm to look at this naked lady
And everyone else.
and everyone else? And,
Can you have him tape a piece of paper with the thumb?
She probably would.
Or have like a zip.
This doesn't work for me.
Here's a jacket.
No, now you can wear your hoodie.
this does not work for me. They have to change this, sorry. This does not, and this idea of never, okay, never should be in a policy. The word never should be in a policy. And I'm sorry, but I feel that I am being defamed as a woman having to look at this, the example I gave. So I think that this needs to be rethought of. And again, with education as the primary role. Like for me, if this would happen, I would say to the young man, please go in the restroom and turn your shirt inside out.
I'm curious about why they don't want
I have
parents or
not a clue.
guardians to be called.
I have not a clue.
It's
I do not know why, but I am sorry, but, this, again, this idea of lots of times children at this age where their
Walk out of the
friends,
house with their parents not even knowing what they wore
Right.
to school.
right.
because they're wearing their friends' clothes. Because mom would never approve of what they're walking out with. And so I don't get all this, and it does not, we're not dealing with middle school children.
We're dealing with K through 8.
Right, and they do not have the mental maturity to be making these proper.
It's gotta apply to the whole spectrum of our kids and the expectation that we have for,
And this page just is
especially
not
when
very informative.
our schools are becoming K-8 and that role model
Yeah,
of our older kids.
do we want our second graders seeing this? Lisa?
So the task force worked to develop the changes and the additional wording, right?
Yeah, a subgroup of the task force.
Okay. Could we just have them revisit it all together and just try to make it
Yeah.
less?
But I
Find a
want to
middle
incorporate
space.
the educator in the room, the teacher, and even,
Classified staff.
a principal, because
Yeah.
you're gonna have these folks, if we're truly changing that
It's like
mindset
holistic.
of having, our principal, our psychologist, you're having these people that have different processes or, are gonna come together to help our kids, right, in this learning environment. But those are the people that I want for their input, because they're the ones that are going to be dealing
Right.
with this
Yeah, I
on a
would- yeah.
regular basis.
I agree.
And I would just like to understand the rationale, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Right.
obviously they had some rationale
Right.
for coming up with all this additional language.
Yeah.
Either other school district examples or something.
Maybe we're missing something.
Correct,
Right.
I'd like to understand the rationale a
Sure.
little bit deeper, besides having the additional voices of the people who have to deal with it.
Right.
Right.
And come to something in the middle.
Very, very good points. So I know that the task force has met and the subgroup has met. And the purpose behind these changes is to allow for students of any gender to identify in whatever manner he, she, they seem fit. So we did have that discussion, or that discussion was had. And the examples that were used particularly for this board policy, there was language that was referred to in LA Unified, which is, a much larger district than ours. There was also language, if I recall correctly, that was looked at from Alameda Unified School District. So there is guidance out there, there are examples, but definitely I hear the board. We will engage with the practitioners. I think that when we talk about our teachers are classified, the folks that are there with the students on a day-to-day basis, absolutely. We definitely want to engage in conversations with them and see what their take is on it, and I think there is a middle ground. I think there definitely is a way to allow for students to identify themselves, in a positive, body positive way, but also meet the needs that our educational world requires.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the main focus needs to be on education
Absolutely.
and that we're a classroom. We're not a nightclub. I'm sorry, but we're here to educate and we're here to take all of those distractions away. And all we're here to do is to teach. And when we get these other distractions going, it's really hard for kids to learn. And I just think that they have enough going on with puberty alone. Adolescence and dealing with everything else, they don't need to have some hot young woman and,
Young
you know.
person.
Well, they're young, some of them, like I said, are, you know, very beautiful girls.
I think that middle ground would be good, cause I do think in the identity and I do think, you know, there's a reason why they wrote some of this language, but maybe it went a little
Too far,
too, you know,
yeah.
maybe we need to kind of figure out the middle ground. But I agree, do we make a motion to take?
No, it's just
over-
the first reading.
Okay,
Just a first read.
Just the first reading.
So we're giving our input and
Yes,
input has been received.
and then she'll go
Yeah.
back to
Right.
drawing board with the
I
teams.
will share with the task force and engage with our practitioners.
Do we have any schools that we're still using uniforms with?
which deal it was,
When they want to allow, right,
and
that
you can,
it's
you can
open?
complete a waiver if you didn't want to,
Okay,
but it
But it's
is
still-
uniform,
it's still uniform?
my understanding.
R.O. Hardin at one time as well
Was also the
adopted
other
a
one.
uniform,
Yeah.
AAA at one
AAA,
time.
yeah.
But I think that the pendulum has swung, so when we walk onto campus, I think the very
Hardly
few
anybody, yeah,
folks.
hardly anybody.
I'm not a big fan of the uniform. The only reason that I would like uniforms is that for our poor children, then there's gonna be,
The stigma's there, because if you're the only one wearing the uniform and everybody else,
opts out,
then now
There
we
was no
know.
point.
but I've never, yeah. There is one other one where it says, gang, and then it's crossed out, and age group related apparel.
That's one
The
I've
last-
seen.
Yeah, the last paragraph talks about, schools adopting their own dress code. And, no, the school board is responsible for the dress code, not schools. So, that has to be made sure that they understand that
I
schools
don't know
don't do
that
that.
which paragraph.
The last paragraph,
Might
Just
have
have
to-
board policy 5132,
yeah,
second page at the bottom.
Almost towards the last
That's
page.
this is the last page.
Oh, yours are,
So maybe
So
I'm
we
looking at the wrong policy.
So after the administrative regulation, the board policy.
the top says that, the discretion of school staff.
you might be missing that page. 'Cause it's this one. It's right before uniforms.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
is.
okay, so it's this page, no?
No?
Because, yeah, look at, here's my uniform. My uniforms are right here.
At the very top, it says
See,
discretion of
yours even
school
looks,
staff.
what policy are you under? Are you under
It's board policy 5132.
dress and grooming? Are you under that one? You are.
I'm on AR 5132.
So if you
Oh,
keep
you're
going-
under, we're under the board policy, so ARs are different than board policy.
So BP's after.
Yeah,
BP would be after that.
All right.
that's where we're at.
Dress
That
and
one.
grooming, okay.
So then the second page of that,
Yeah,
at the top,
and this is talking about, that
Thank you.
the school site can, if a school adopts such a dress code, the school shall additionally provide school personnel and families with training, blah, blah, blah. No school can adopt their own dress code, sorry. We're a school district and they have to. So, no.
Okay, I think the reason it's there, and I may be wrong, is because they're assuming we agreed that, that they can wear the things that we said that they could wear that were previously designed as. So they're saying within the board's policy, if they wanna go a little bit more stringent for some reason.
Well, they're talking about, potential gang membership, and it says young men.
Involvement.
Yeah, so, okay, at this school, the boys are wearing purple, and then at the next school, they're gonna wear orange.
Right.
You can't fight this, so I don't even really wanna see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but that's just
And I
it's
think-
like,
and also,
called like whack-a-mole.
and
you
I
know?
also don't like that because it's not addressing again, you're not being restorative, you're being punitive.
Yeah.
So don't wear purple, oh, now you guys are doing orange, don't wear an orange, no. Hey, what's going on? Like, you know, what's this about? You all wearing purple and what, you know?
Yeah.
The counseling piece,
Yeah,
not the
but then the other part is that, if we're a we, then we're gonna do it together. So that's the other problem I have with it. All right, I think we're done there.
Yes.
That's a lot. There was no lie.
It's 7:30.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
If anyone was watching, I think they're asleep.
Well, now we get to the one where Carla is gonna take us through this, and this is, board policy, questioning and apprehension by law enforcement.
Identify the authority. So children that own this The
I know.
BP is, well, the ARs is kind of like what they're gonna be doing at the school
You
level.
see this
AR is very
Right.
broad overarching,
Yeah, discussion.
which is kind of like what the ARs are really what each individual school is going to actually do.
So
To implement it.
Administration never request
Yeah.
discuss
Eric and I do.
No, he would specify everything.
They deal with the details.
Everything.
And that you have your counselors in crisis, so maybe let's talk about this.
Yeah, that's why I want you to lead the conversation.
Okay, so the questioning apprehension of law
Is everybody on
enforcement.
this
Are we on the AR or the BP?
BP.
Board policy 5145.11.
So Lisa was asking the difference between an AR and a BP and
Administrative regs versus board policy.
and why we're only talking about BP and not the ARs.
If they're related.
They are related.
No, I know, so why are we only talking about one?
So the BP, the AR, refers to the BP. The BP is the actual policy. The administrative regulation will give examples, will flesh it out a little bit more. But if we're talking about changing the board policy, the AR
We'll have to change
will
by
have to
nature.
change by
Okay,
nature.
got it,
So this is talking about
thank you.
the law enforcement piece, and on this paragraph, second paragraph, last sentence, well, second to last, no law enforcement officer shall act as a school disciplinarian. District and school staff shall never request law enforcement assistance to resolve student discipline issues, even if a parent requests that district or school staff call law enforcement. So I'm thinking the rationale on this one, which I am agreeing with, is that the whole school to prison pipeline, right, is that people in the past were quick to call law enforcement for things that, you know, didn't require law enforcement, it was discipline. So this is putting that language in there, and then the piece about, even if parent or guardian requests that the district or school staff call, when I was talking to Jan about on this one, is that, you know, if the parent or guardian has a reason to call law enforcement, then they can do that on their own. They don't need
Outside of
to,
school.
outside of school, they don't need to do that on campus. I don't know why they would do that, but, you know, that would be,
Let's just say my son was assaulted in the classroom.
okay.
He was, physically grabbed and, his head hit on the desk by another child.
But this is talking about you're calling on your own child.
I
Yeah,
don't know
they're
that we can
saying,
assume that.
it says even if a parent requests that the district,
Or maybe you're right, maybe it could be both.
It could be
It could
any
be both.
parent.
It could be, so either way, either scenario, parent has a right to go down to
Take it off
the
the
police department and call law enforcement for assistance. Now, the issue of a 5150, where you need law enforcement assistance, we have a crisis team we're developing, which is, that's what we're gonna go through
but
first.
who takes the child to the,
The crisis team, they have authorization, the people that have the training of 5150, in mental health professions, you can put someone on a hold, you would call law enforcement for support, but that's a whole nother process.
so does our social workers
They
take
would,
them?
if they might not be 5150
Certified?
certified, but maybe our county mental health folks, because I think Kip said last time that they were forming a crisis team and partnering with county mental health. So, yeah, right?
Right, from that team, I think the question came up is who would transfer the student to the hospital?
Yeah, cause I hate you having to put a child in the back of a police
Right.
car.
Right, well, and that's where you have your crisis team assist. So that's
So-
something that we should maybe double check.
Okay, so we
And
have to
if that's
double check
double
the
check
crisis
Because of
team.
liability or what the reason is behind that.
Well, that's,
Yeah.
it could be resources, cause we're in San Benito County, so it could be,
True.
but let's double check.
And then the never, we gotta get rid of that. So
Right.
what I, when Erica brought up the 5150, and so, then we talked about it, our people need to be trained to say,
Right.
you, when you get home, if you still feel this way, call the police.
Yeah. That's part of that training piece, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if that gets said because of what you said, that how they can, the children of color, lots of times, get a rap sheet because of this. And that's what we're trying to prevent.
Right.
But the parents don't know that.
Right. So that's that training piece.
What's the
Workshops.
school district's obligation, cause that scenario happened to me and my son at Rancho. And the principal at the time did not wanna call law enforcement, nor did she wanna get involved.
Mhm.
So that kind of left it on me to then, I'm like, so then what do I do? This happened while he was in the classroom and he's got a big old,
Knob.
lump on his head, so,
What do we do?
what do I do? As a parent, I didn't know what to do and the principal had no guidance for me.
Mm.
So I did, I called the police and, the officer came to my house, took pictures of my son and, questioned him or asked him, what had happened. But that's why I'm saying is, what is the expectation, right, in that situation? As a principal, what are we gonna tell? How do we really want to create, I don't want
Right.
these kids to be necessarily, put in that situation, but in,
Let's talk about restorative, so that doesn't mean like, oh, get away with whatever you want, student. No, that's not what it means. There's an accountability piece to restorative practices. And I think maybe that's the piece that's missing here, that needs to be really fleshed out with everyone, right? It doesn't mean, oh, student, now you get to hit everybody and do this. No, there will be accountability. This is what it's gonna look like. And then, like you said, everyone, and this is where I think the public comment was, I just keep coming back to, it makes sense that there's more discussion that needs to be had.
Yeah,
There's more training that needs to be had and more
when
tools.
this is coming out in our discussion right now.
Right, if we're not even clear, then we.
Imagine the teachers.
Exactly, so we should really flesh this out more. What does accountability mean? We're not gonna suspend you, but what are we gonna do? And then tell the parent, we are holding this child accountable. You have a right to talk to the police. Maybe some people don't know.
Yeah.
Right, and having that language. But this is that change in culture. This is not easy. And I think just one more thing on the 5150, I think the reason police are involved, and again, let's double check, is because they put people in protective custody, right? And it's not the same protective custody like you're arrested.
Right.
It's a different kind of like when
For the safety
CPS,
of themselves and
for the
others.
safety of yourselves and others. So it's a different category, but they have let's double check, but I think they only have the authority with the clinician or social worker's recommendation to. But let's double check.
Well, Erica was saying, not last year, but the year before, we had some young children that needed to have that.
Yeah.
So, we're not necessarily even talking about our middle schoolers, we're talking about younger children.
And that's a different,
I understand, but.
than criminalization, right?
Right, we're not talking about that, but we're talking about, see, when we say
Never, right?
never, that's why we can't use words like that,
Mhm.
because there's always gonna be something. And, you know, we don't know if it was something metabolic with the child, we don't know, we're not doctors.
Right.
But if we need the help, we need the help. We need to do whatever we can to help the child.
So we will double check if the local crisis team
Right.
is able to transfer.
I didn't have anything else.
What?
Wow.
Your stickies? No more stickies. Ay, ay, ay. What can I say? Okay, we are now going to have a public hearing on our LCAP. I'm going to open the public hearing up. And are you?
7:46.
7:46, thank you.
They did that last time.
Okay.
That's what he's here in the office.
Oh.
Hey there.
Were you listening to everything we said?
I can't hear you. He has to come in.
I know.
Walk over here.
Yeah, you have to show up. Yes.
No.
Didn't hear a word you said.
adopt it, it basically gets restarted. So once you adopt an LCAP, 6 weeks later, you're already starting to assess and evaluate the LCAP that you have. The 2021 to 2024 LCAP is a true labor of love for a lot of people in this district, for a lot of parents, for a lot of educators, for many on the board, and for your interim superintendent and myself. And so basically what the plan gives the community and gives the school board the opportunity to do is just to see how we've developed the district's 4 goals, which are the first and most important is the academic achievement of all of our students in the district. And the second is the social and emotional well-being of the students in the district. The third, and this is a very important one, is the focus on equity in education for this district, which has been a hallmark of the work that the district has done for the last 3 years. And then the last is active parent engagement for the district. The plan is interesting because it sort of takes shape over the course of a lot of different meetings that take place. As the board is aware, the district sent out numerous surveys over the course of the year to ask parents and classified staff and teachers and administrators what they thought about the district's needs going into next year. And so what's reflected in this LCAP is a true combination, a true mixing together of all of those perspectives. And I really want to highlight that to the board. This is a board that has insisted on having all voices heard. And so you're going to see in here evidence that the voices of your classified staff are in here, the voices of your parents are in here, the voices of the board, the voices of teachers in this district, and certainly the voices of administrators and senior cabinet members as well. So I want to take you through on the LCAP itself and the development of the LCAP itself, just some highlights for each of those 4 goal areas. And to start with, I am going to go here. Give me just a second. There we go. Board. Okay. Perfect. So what I want to highlight relative to goal 1, which again is academic achievement and making gains, is that the thing the district is going to do going into next year is going to continue with the STAR assessments that this board was so pleased to see the feedback and the results of the student data from this spring. The district is going to continue to use the state's required test as well as the LPAC, the English learner proficiency exams that we're required to give. The district will continue to use the California science test, the CAST exams. And of note, of the most important and critical included components of the district's plan to improve instruction is the purchase of necessary software and materials and curriculum for this district. As you know, the district has purchased National Geographic Social Studies curriculum recently. You've purchased Benchmark Advance, you've purchased Eureka, you've purchased consumable textbooks for science. You have a new science adoption you just made. So this is a district that is set in a really good position regarding curriculum. At the same time, we believe that the district should devote substantial money to train teachers and instructional assistants in Footsteps of Brilliance, Orton Gillingham, all of your English, math, science, and history adoptions, as well as continued training on what's called Preventing Academic Failure, or PATH. It's one of the hallmarks of the district's strategies to improve achievement across our most needy students. And then what we want to do is we want to continue with our assistant principals program that we started 3 years ago, which helped us bring down our disciplinary concerns at all of our schools. As you know, that's a key component of a change that was made multiple years ago. In addition to that, continued use of the Footsteps of Brilliance program and continued implementation of the district's early literacy intervention. And then to cap it off, the administrative support for English learners, we've included in this LCAP the new position of coordinator of English learner services, which will be Jennifer Miller, coming over from the Hollister Dual Language Academy. So with that, I want to give the board an opportunity to ask me any questions about the 2021 to 2024 LCAP, specifically focused on academics and how the district's plan addresses the need to improve academic scores for our students. So I will be quiet here for a few minutes and entertain any questions from the board.
I'm sorry, Diego, I don't have any, we just got the LCAP this evening. I don't have any questions for you, like right off the bat, because I haven't had a chance to review it in depth. I think my only surprise, it was the general information, the demographics of our school community, how many students we have, that are English learners, economically disadvantaged, Latinos. 81% of our student population is Hispanic or Latino. I know in identifying, our socially disadvantaged students, we base that off of the free and reduced lunch, right? So is our effort still going to continue to push that application out, even though all of our students get free and reduced lunch, but to maintain the funding also that we need to provide these additional supports, we need to really understand the percentage of students that fall within that category, correct?
Yep. Yeah, and thank you for asking that and bringing that up, Elizabeth. It's very important for Erica and for her team. Specifically, we had identified Lisa Wiggins, who is the manager of fiscal that's there in the department, that this is one of the key strategies we want her to implement starting in August and going all the way through October. Because what happens is every year we have 8th grade families leave, and those families have been applying through the program for years. And then we have new families move in and new kindergarten and TK families who've never applied with us. So we have to make a real specific push to those families to get their applications in. And as you know, the district made those efforts this year and was able to get the percentage up over 68%. My projection is that the district can go above 70% going into next year, and that will cause significant financial positive outcomes for the district in the years to come. The nice thing is that you're set up with a person like Lisa, who's a very detail-oriented, focused manager. At the same time, your student nutrition director is a star. And then you have this new district employee in Javier Medina who works focused specifically on CalPads and on data reporting. So the three of them are going to basically work together to make sure that all the families that require that outreach and that support get drawn into that application process, so that kind of the timeline for the board is the end of October, this needs to be done. So I would suggest that the board get a presentation from the district sometime at the end of October on how the process has gone, but I can say they're definitely lined up to get the process started.
Those applications done. The other piece that I think is underreported is our homeless youth. Because many times we don't, defining what is homeless, first of all, is important. And knowing what that looked like, right, at each school, and having somebody readily there to identify, because we have many of our families who are living in one bedroom apartment, their whole family is renting a bedroom, or they live in multiple family. If they do not themselves own the rental, or it's not under their name, they're categorized as homeless by being doubled up. So it is important, I think, identifying who those children are, because their needs are impacted, right? Their learning environment at home is impacted because of that situation. So I think our numbers there are, again, also underreported.
And I have a couple questions on the, I was also kind of taken by the demographics. And here where it says serves 21 foster youth and then the 56 unhoused youth. I'm curious who, I'm assuming that we have somebody who's designated to focus on these students, but just want to make sure who is that, and do they know that we're available for them for whatever they need, especially when you look at our foster youth, right? I mean, talk about barrier upon barrier. So I'm curious who in our district is assigned to these two populations. And then I have another question on the test scores or the reflections piece.
Sure. Thank you for that, Carla. So your Director of Student Services has the ultimate responsibility to ensure that our homeless and foster youth families receive the support that they need. Within his department, he has 2 parent liaison positions that we're going in through next year will be the direct line of communication to those families. I do want to call out San Benito County Office of Ed. They have a staff member that works at the county office who coordinates with us on those programs. The homeless number is, as Elizabeth mentioned, it is low for a district our size. It would be closer to 100 to 125 families. So the way that process works is when families register, the school staff that registers the family, whether it's an annual re-registration or an initial registration, has to ask the questions that tell us whether or not the family is potentially homeless. So in some cases, the family comes right out and tells you, we're in between houses, we don't have a place to live. Those are the 56 people that are reflected in that number.
At that point in time.
What we need to do a better job at in the future is asking the correct questions so that when we determine through our work with those families that they are indeed doubled up at somebody else's house, they are counting towards that designation of meeting the McKinney-Vento Act requirements of being in the homeless student population.
Okay. And then reading on the reflections, the one that says identify need, the 80% of English learner students have not met standards
in ELA. 80% of English learner students have not met standards in math. 90% of students with special needs have not met standards in ELA. That's very high.
That's right. Yeah, and I'm glad that you brought that up, Carla, because years ago, this district reported the percentage of kids meeting standards. And the reason that that was a somewhat, it was telling one side of the story, meaning this percentage of kids is meeting the standards. So you could say like Hispanic students, 47% are meeting standards. You go, okay, we're somewhere in between there. Well, let's go a little bit deeper. What about the Hispanic students who are English learners? Meaning you take as we said, in our district, somewhere around 5,000 Hispanic Latino students. And you say, okay, of that, only a couple thousand are English learners. How is that specific group doing? Well, if I report how many are meeting standards, 26% are meeting standards, okay. But if you say it in the reverse, 80% are not meeting standards, it really creates that, it's kind of like a loud,
Yeah.
a really loud bell. Like, this is a priority, we have to change this. You know, I would have, honestly, Carla, I would have really loved for us to take test scores last year and again this year, but as you know, the state has not. So what you're looking at is data from 2.5 years ago, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But you're gonna have your chance here in about 9 months. And based on the data you were shown last board meeting, I think you have a lot to look forward to.
Right, definitely, thank you. I just was, I
Right.
just wanted you to explain that, thank you.
The question I have, Diego, is what surprised you about this LCAP? What
You know-
kind of said, oh, wow.
Yeah. You know what really came to the forefront for me over the last year with the pandemic, Jan, is I tended to be more academic only focused, always really charging really hard on reading and math. And, you know, one thing I've learned over the last year and 3 months is that if children's emotional needs are not being met, they will not learn. And it's sort of sad that it took a pandemic for me to really learn that. But as a school administrator, you get so focused on academics. You're just so narrowly focused on academics. So the thing that surprised me in the LCAP was just how much support kept coming back from families and employees and stakeholders saying, we want our kids in clubs. We want our kids playing outside. We want our kids doing hands-on learning. One of the highest responses in our survey was, I asked, I want my child to do hands-on learning activities. 96% of families said yes to that question. That's amazing. So, you know, that was a bit of a surprise to me. But I would say it was definitely a pleasant surprise. And I want to, you know, ensure to the board as well, remember this LCAP is your LCAP. So the proposal here is to approve it at the meeting on next week. But ultimately, this board is authorized at any time next fall, next winter, and certainly next year at this time to go in and add things and change things and say, we want to tweak this here because this is your plan. The board approves this LCAP. And as a result, you are always authorized to bring this back and continue to work on it and tweak it. Having done all this work with you all for the last 3 years, I happen to think it's a really strong LCAP, but I am extremely biased in that regard.
So the alignment with the LCAP and the budget, how well aligned are the two?
They have to be 100% aligned. So the document that you have reflects. And so what's interesting is they're now so intertwined that about half the documents that are posted on tonight's agenda are actually budget-related documents. So they're like the LCFF parent overview, as well as the LCP, what they call the learning continuity plan, and the way the dollars were spent there. What you have, every single activity in this LCAP is reflected in your budget. There isn't anything in this LCAP that's not reflected in your district budget. So in that regard, you can implement this plan if you choose to do so.
So, I'm looking at, page 16, where we have allocated, different, paraprofessionals, and instructional assistant staff, at certain, school sites.
Mhm.
And, one of the things that I think we're gonna have to do, with our social workers, our counselors, maybe even our psychologists, but definitely also with our paraprofessionals, is their daily interaction with children, and keep like a log, negotiate this with HESTA and CSEA. Because when the money starts to get tight, and we're looking at, we have to make decisions about, do we keep these positions? Or do we cut so we can give a raise, or whatever the case may be, that we have data.
Well, one of the things that I was a little bit concerned about, Diego, was calling out in the budget lines, where the money is coming from as far as, or is it being pulled from the, one-time funds? Cause that is, I know we've got funding available for 2-3 years, right, for certain things, but earmarking it so that we know that those things are being resourced,
They sunset.
right, with those things in mind. And I know it doesn't specifically call that out, like you're supposed to earmark, okay, this is coming from this, funding source or from this one, but I think for us, because it is a document, that tracks our progress for the next, 3 years? 3 years, really knowing our investments and where the monies are coming from would help me, incorporating that into the LCAP so that I know where the money's coming from.
So, yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, Liz. The district has been notified by the state of California that we are expecting to receive substantial ESSER 3 or elementary school education resource funds, as well as potentially gear funds from Governor Newsom in the months ahead. And that is somewhere in the range of $3.5 million. And I want to be clear, those funds are not allocated in this LCAP. So those funds are intended to be used for one-time purchases. And because we were in the positive budget situation we were in with the in-person instruction grant funds and the extended learning opportunity grant funds, we've used those funds in this LCAP. Those are intended, well, the in-person instruction grant tells you right off the bat what it was for. It was for us to reopen in March and April. So we've used those funds. The extended learning opportunity grant, we used it to pay for the summer school that I happen to think is going to be a huge success, and also continue to pay for the counseling services that are built into the first year of this LCAP. But this district, and specifically your interim superintendent and your chief business official, has one-time funds known as ESSER 3 funds that I would recommend that this board maintain those funds, hold them tight to you, because they are not for ongoing expenses. They are not for salary increases. They are not for hiring a bunch of people. They're for one-time expenses like buying more hands-on learning materials that you could decide sometime in the fall or spring. And you have to use them within a 24-month period. So you'll have that time to do it, but I want to make it clear to this board, the LCAP that's in front of you does not require the use of those funds. And those are substantial, $3.5 million is a substantial amount of money for one-time uses, but it is not for using for ongoing expenses like salary or new positions.
Yeah, a minute, see if Lisa.
Do you have anything you want to add?
It's too much information.
I've never looked at one before, so I wouldn't know
And-
what to ask anyway.
Yep, and on the board level, you know, what I want to offer as well is, remember, we're coming back in a week. So, and as you know, myself and your interim superintendent are available for one-on-one consultations to go through any questions that you have. But remember, we're coming back in a week to go ahead and consider approval and adoption of both the budget and the LCAP.
I'm wondering,
And it's a lot to read. There's a lot to read. What I will say is that at your May school board meeting, we presented a summary of very likely actions and services that would be in this LCAP. And I can tell you that what you saw that night a month ago is very closely aligned to what you're looking at. There are almost no surprises or changes in that document.
so, since this is our first reading and we just got it today, like, we didn't get a chance to review, and I know we're gonna approve at the next, meeting, when does the public see it, or how does that work?
The public's seeing it now, so the document's online,
online?
it's live. Oh yeah, it's live and online.
Okay.
Yep, it's the one button review that's available for any board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
So Diego, there was, page 121.
Yep.
Are we talking, because I see resource officer still being called out, but was that what we had spent, actions and things that we've done? So it's just calling it out what we've done in the past? Why would it
yeah, and
that?
Yep, and thank you for mentioning that. So what you're looking at, you know, how I said a little while ago, the required forms are making us actually do 4 different documents tonight, which is, number 1 is the LCAP, which is the first 60 or so pages. Then it makes you do the learning continuity and attendance plan and the annual update. And if you recall, a year ago, we did have that expected expense and that resource. But as you know, we haven't included that in this LCAP. So there's no school resource officer funding built into the 21 to 24 LCAP. Unfortunately, they require us to show both of those documents at the same meeting. So there always is a little bit of that confusion as to why we're sort of reporting on what happened last year at the same time that we're trying to adopt what we want to do in the next 3 years.
That makes it very confusing.
Yeah.
I'm with you. I have your back 100%, trust.
Well, but you know, for us to look at it for the first time, we wouldn't have known that that's, you know, we've got all these different, we're looking at all these different pieces, right? And how do they relate to the LCAP now, as a working document moving forward?
Yeah. I would say, oh, there's a mistake.
Right.
Okay.
I know, it's a lot.
Okay.
Well, I think we're gonna have to digest this.
We don't have any public comment.
No, there was, and then, no.
Okay, all right. Are
Okay.
you gonna close? Are we still open
Yeah,
on the public hearing?
is there any other questions for Diego?
Mhm.
And there's no public comment, then I'm gonna close the public hearing.
14.
Okay. So now we'll go to the public hearing of the 2021, 2022 budget. And Sarah Meadow, am I saying your last name correctly?
Yeah, that's right.
Hi, Diego.
Oh, it's gonna be Diego?
Oh, it's Diego?
Yay! I don't want to miss this opportunity to talk a second time. What you all should have right at the beginning of your document there is the PowerPoint for this presentation. As you know, this is another one of those big 140-page documents that's very burly. It is online for review. I want to thank Sarah and Lisa and Erica for their work on this particular project. Many of you may not know, but Sarah has a bouncing, beautiful baby at home. She's got a 2-month-old at the house, so she was sort of pulled back in at the very last time. We have been contracting with our associates at Ryland Incorporated. They've helped us the last couple of times we needed assistance with budget adoption. And so what you're looking at tonight is the culmination of the district's budgetary process. If I can present my screen, I'm going to try right now so that I can have, let's see here. Yeah, they did give me some. Let's see here. Let me go to the parade. Let's see here. There we go. All right, let me see if I can do this here. Share my screen. Share. There we go. All right, so I hope you can see this on the big screen there in the boardroom. And essentially what we're going to talk about today is the revenues and expenditures, where our money comes from and what we spend our money on, the general fund summary and our fund balance components, as well as our fund summaries, and then our multi-year projections of where we're going to be in a couple of years. And then I'll open it up for questions from the board. So during the May revise, which was last month, Prop 98 funding was estimated to be 93.7 billion, which is a big increase over what it was in prior years. As you know, the governor has gotten a lot of attention for what he's calling the super COLA, or 5.07%. I do want to add to the board that they actually didn't give us a COLA at all this year. So they basically took this year's COLA and added it to next year's COLA and called it a super COLA. We actually lost money in that process. So it was sort of a clever way to take credit for something that really actually kind of pulled some money away from us. But, you know, those are the politics of the way the process works. I did want to point out our COLAs for special education and for preschool, mandated block grant and nutrition were much less than the super COLA. So even though the COLA got reported as being 5.07, it is not applicable to all of the programs we have to run. So we got less money to student nutrition, even though our other components of our budget got more money. So I just wanted to give the board that information because that does hit our bottom line. It's not a super huge impact, but it is an impact. Our average daily attendance, or ADA, is estimated at 5305, and that number should sound very familiar because it's the number we've been using for several years. So the message I want to give the board is we're being conservative with our enrollment projection, even though, as you all know, we're building houses in this town and more families are moving to this town. We're not sort of jumping in to expect a whole bunch more kids next year at our schools because we don't know if it's going to happen. And when you keep your enrollment projection the same, you protect yourself from having a drop in enrollment, which will really hurt your finances. So this is a bit of a conservative step for us, and I just wanted to call it out so that the board knew why we were doing it. At the same time, we expect lottery revenue to be at 150 per student, and our mandated cost block grant is to be 3279 for ADA for K-8, and that's relative to our district. One of the things that is important for this board to look at is how the general fund components work together and how it adds up to what your overall revenue is. So we're predicting that the district's revenue for next year is $70,009,720. And where that basically comes from is the combination of places that it comes from is listed on this PowerPoint. So it shows there under LCFF, or the local control funding formula, it's that state aid, the Education Protection Act, the EPA, and then your property taxes. Under federal, you've got your Medi-Cal and you've got your title programs. Under state, you've got your block grants, your lottery funds, and your special education state funds. And then under local funds, you have your interest, your oversight fees, your reimbursements for salary, and your donations to the district. So 70 million coming in. So let's take a look at what we're predicting to be going out the door in terms of expenditures. So what we're building into our budget for next year is a $69,790,000 combined expenditures for the district. And this is where it gets a little bit different, because we start specifying how we're spending the money. So certificated salaries and classified salaries add up to 38 million. Now, that's a high number, but take a look at that benefits with health and welfare and payroll taxes. Next year, 20.5 million. That's a super high number, much higher than in prior years. Our books and supplies is at 2.7 million. That's a pretty standard number. We're usually somewhere around 2.5 to 3 million. And then you've got other operating expenses coming in, and we all know what those are. Those are the upkeep of the facilities, all of the utility, the water, just basically the cost of doing business. And it adds up to 69,790, which is a solid number for us. What that takes us into is the contributions to restricted programs, because I want the board to know how much we spend on the programs that we set aside. So under restricted maintenance, we have $2 million set aside to do restricted maintenance next year. Under special education, we're spending $11.6 million for our special education services that go above and beyond what we actually receive in special education funding. And then, as you can tell, mental health related services, it's getting close to $1 million. And then Title I is the $262,000. And the reason that one is above is because we hire more staff for Aro Hardin and Sunny Slope and Calaveras, and it requires us to make a contribution to that Title I program. Yeah. All right. Fund balances. Here's what we got. So what you're going to start your budget with as a fund balance is $7,065,000. Your budget is a $70 million budget. So if you look at your percentage, you're right at that 10%, which as a board, the board has always looked somewhere around 10% as a expected budget reserve. And the reason that you're able to do that this year is because you have monies coming in that are helping you pay for the programs that we're increasing and that we're growing. Because as you know, in previous years, we did not have the counseling services that you're going to have next year at your school. And in previous years, we didn't have the investment into the big summer school program. And in previous years, the list goes on and on of the programs and services that we're putting into our district plans for next year. And it's basically predicated on having an effective reserve that we know we keep an eye on. And so what comes from this is starting to look down, sorry about that, into our multi-year summary. So as you know, this board is responsible for adopting a 3-year budget, not just a 1-year budget. And what you're going to see here is in year 1, there is a net increase in your fund balance of 370,000. In year 2, there's a decrease of 245,000. And then in year 3, in that 3rd year, we're projecting additional funding coming in. And the reason that's happening is because we're predicting in that 3rd year that the district's enrollment will grow. So I mentioned at the very beginning of this presentation that we're expecting enrollment to stay flat this year. A year from now, we built into this budget a 50 student increase in enrollment. And then that 3rd year, a separate 50 increase in enrollment for that third year. And so that's basically where it comes from. You've got an ending balance of 7.4 million, 7.1 million, and 8.4 million. I do want to add one important consideration is that what's included in this budget is in your ending fund balance. We have, let me make my screen a little bit smaller. We have a pay increase that this district is going to bring to the board, likely in the weeks ahead, for our teacher union and potentially for our classified and management and confidential employees as well. That pay increase will need to be balanced against your ending fund balance. But when that happens, your ending fund balance is going to come down. So the reason to remain focused on the programs you already have and avoid adding new expenses is because as a board, you are in a position to make your LCAP succeed by funding the things that are already in your LCAP. But you, the 5 board members, right now 4, but hopefully in the weeks ahead, 5 board members and the interim superintendent are responsible for keeping the district's budget solid in the years ahead. And that's where the future, COLA comes in. Right now, they're predicting that our COLA will go up a couple % each of the next 2 years, but that could change. We've had years where they tell us we're going to get a 3% COLA, and then the January budget comes in and they say, oh, you're getting a 0% COLA. If that happens, this district will have to tighten its belt. So it's, as you know, the budget is always that tension between save all your money and then you don't have programs for students, or develop programs for students and keep a close eye on anything that comes outside of the district's LCAP and the things that you want to do. And then ultimately, as a board, doing it in a way that's transparent and that's connected to the board's vision for the district is, that's what makes your job hard, folks.
Super hard. I do have a question.
Sure.
Okay, maybe I didn't understand, but so that was what you just talked about, the potential raises for our staff are not included. So that's gonna come out
It is.
after.
It is. And the raises are $1.3 million.
It says
No, it's
not
not.
included.
1.3 mil?
Yeah, so, and the reason we do that, Carla, is because until the board until ratification takes place and the board approves it, you can't include it in your budget. So where we've included it in the budget itself, in the ending fund balance, we have the amount of the increase, which is 1.3 million roughly, included in a little section down under the ending fund balance that specifies other assignment. So we know it's there. We know how much it costs. We know that we have the funding to be able to pay for it. But essentially what this board has put itself in a position to do is to be able to give your employees competitive pay, to be able to increase these counseling positions, to be able to put in place your elementary PE, to be able to keep your custodial services at the level that you are able to do, to be able to renovate athletic fields, buy new curriculum for English, math, science, history, ELD. This is all in the last year and a half, and it's baked into your budget. To be able to offer an early literacy intervention program and have assistant principals at all of your schools, as well as, by the way, folks, open a brand new school, right? Many districts struggle just to pay the bills when they have to open new schools, and you all have managed to do it by baking those costs into the district's plan for staffing. So it's there, Carla. We know the cost. We're prepared to budget for it, but you're basically in a situation where, like, as a superintendent, my advisement to you is remain committed to the things you're already doing and hold off on adding new things to the mix, because you'll find yourself searching for money in your ending fund.
Yeah, I think everything you said, definitely we've all said we want to pay our staff, we want these programs. I just wanted to clarify, okay, the money's in there.
Yep. we've budgeted for it and we know how much it costs, but until the board actually votes to approve it, you
Right.
can't put it in the salary and bennies.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah,
And I wanted to ask, because I see that you built out also the building fund, capital facilities fund, and county school facilities fund. Can you explain to us what the difference is between the three?
yeah. I wish Aaron were here so that he could help me and he could be like my
Yes.
Magic Johnson. Yeah, Magic Johnson passing the ball so I could just score the basket. So give me 1 second here. I'm gonna try to pull up the document. Maybe and project it here.
Budget?
Do you have a page number, Liz?
Well, you have it, starting with the building fund in the budget on page, after the cafeteria fund starts on page, sorry.
It's okay. Yeah,
No, 66.
66. Let me pull it up. Yeah. There we go. There we go.
Because these are, I know each one talks about, facilities, but I'm just wondering for the board's, understanding why we have the three different pieces of allocation of funds.
Yep, and I'm actually gonna call Sarah Metal. She just sent me a text message saying, Diego, let me step up to the mic and explain this.
Category.
These, all of the items that are listed in this fund, if any.
Yes, you have to go to the microphone so it gets,
That's one category, and you have on page,
In your son.
77, you have the capital facilities fund.
So all of the items that are listed as funds outside of general, which is restricted and unrestricted, that's Form 01 or Fund 1. Those are where we see most of our funds come from. But like ASB, cafeteria, school outlay, those are different bonds and measures that we have that are deposited differently into our accounts. So like Fund 40 or Fund 25, those all have to do with construction grants and they're all named different. So while we can potentially use them, for example, for Rancho Santana, we can potentially use, capital facilities and county school facilities, technically, they are different funds because we receive them differently.
Like
So-
your developer fee, where
Yes.
would those go?
So those go into capital outlay fees, and then we have like county school facilities, or just any times that we have county support money coming in to help with our school projects. So they all essentially the same, for the same uses, but they just come in differently at different times, they're expendable in different ways.
Because that's what
And-
we were
and Sarah-
trying to figure out, once we start getting money from the bonds, right, the matching state funds, where would those be earmarked, where would they go and be deposited?
Yeah. And thank you for that, Liz. So there's gonna be 3 different places. So first is Fund 21. And where that's gonna come in is once the district starts to get these reimbursements from the bonds you're referring to. The 21 building fund is essentially where your leases, where your rentals, where your interest proceeds from the sale of bonds comes from, and then the proceeds from the sale or lease of those lands or buildings, and that isn't a huge amount for this district. In Fund 25, what they call the capital facilities funds, that's where the developer fee money goes into effect. You start to get developer fee funds plugged in there, and that's where you essentially deposit the money into that Fund 25. Under Fund 35, what they call the county school facilities fees, what you have in there is your school facilities apportionment. So if you recall, we received some money from the state for Calaveras and for Cerro Vista's HVAC project that we approved. I think it was sometime around this time last year, actually. And if you recall, we had to create that fund, what they call the Fund 35. That's where those reimbursement apportionments come in. And just to make it all even more confusing, Fund 40, so remember, there's 4 funds, 21, 25, 35, and 40. Fund 40 is essentially exists to provide for the accumulation or the gathering of the general fund monies for capital outlay purposes. So where this is gonna come from is potentially FEMA funding, federal, state, or local revenues, outlay projects that come with a sale or a lease with an option to purchase, any property that the district would own. So it really targets that potential money has to be spent and authorized by the governing board for real capital outlay purposes.
Okay. Go ahead, Kim.
What is our reserves?
So your reserve is in that PowerPoint is you're starting the year with a $7 million reserve out of a $70 million budget. So again, it's right at that, almost perfectly on the button at 10%.
Okay, because if you go to page 46,
Mm-hmm.
explain what I'm looking at here, page 46.
Letter E.
Under letter E, and so I'm not sure what I'm seeing here.
Yep.
And it shows,
Yeah.
reserves of 5 and 5.5, and then
Mm-hmm.
6, what is that?
Yeah, so what you're looking at, Jen, is you're going into these very detailed budget definitions that actually start to break the reserve down into different components. So if you're on page 45, take a look at where it says fund balance in the left-hand column. And what you'll see there is it indicates $7,065,780.
No, I see that,
And
yep,
what it starts to do is it starts to break down those dollar amounts. So you have the 1.45 million for restricted. You have what's called 2474 for assigned. Then you have a reserve for economic uncertainty. So it's kind of a complicated way of saying you have $7 million in the bank, but you're basically assigning certain portions of it to different potential expenses. So restricted expenses, unassigned expenses, and then as the board chooses, the board at any time could say, well, I want you to put $500,000 aside for technology, or I want you to put $200,000 aside for new lights at such and such school or such and such location. Or we want you to fix the parking lots around the district. So set $500,000 aside for parking lots. If the board doesn't assign those funds, then your ending fund balance is basically 7.065 million. And then this board, as you're managing your budget on a year-to-year process of first interim, second interim, and then budget adoption and unaudited actuals, you're checking to make sure that you're not overspending what you budgeted for.
I see, because they're taking out the 3%.
Right.
Exactly.
For the uncertainty, and they've taken out the, I see that. So this is new, they never used to do this, this is different?
No, it's just.
You know, it's a
But taking out the
part of it.
3% before?
Uh-huh.
Oh, I used to, okay, it just seems different for me.
So it's like a savings, like I'm saving
Yeah.
this
Mhm.
for now.
Right,
Because the 3%
You know-
has always been a requirement. by the
right,
state,
right,
which
right.
will cover
Yeah.
nothing in our case.
Yeah, and
I don't know what 3% would cover.
yeah. Well, but this is the dance, right? So if the board puts all their money into the ending fund balance, what you're gonna have is staff and parents saying, where are the programs for my children?
Right.
Got it.
Oh, absolutely.
So this is part of that dance. And ultimately what my message to this board is, you all have an LCAP that is giving you major social emotional services to kids. Super high quality reading intervention, site assistant principals, renovated fields, staffing for classified staff at levels at the site that meet your expectations, and your employees are about to get a pay increase that makes their pay highly competitive, which means you won't be losing a lot of people in the years to come. That stability it's hard to put a dollar amount on what that
Right.
stability will give you. But I'm making a very strong statement remain committed to your plan. Avoid the urge to start adding more things, because then Erica's hair is gonna turn all white in the next 6 months. And Sarah's gonna age right there on camera. in front of you. And we can't have that happen.
No.
Well, can you guys remind us then, please, because we get ambitious.
I think changing culture doesn't have to be that expensive. It's changing the hearts.
Yep.
Changing the hearts.
So you don't anticipate in the projection that because of the buildings, the homes that are being built, we're gonna be okay?
Well, yeah, and thank you for bringing that up, Carla, because what I'm projecting in this enrollment is, you know, in a district with 6,000 kids, I'm projecting the enrollment to increase next year 0, and the year after 50, and the year after that 50 more. Those are very, very conservative projections. So what will happen is if you end up with, let's say you end up with 40 more kids this year. As a result of the way we built schedules, you already have small class sizes. I've shown that to the board at other meetings. Your class sizes, starting at the TK level and going all the way up through 8th grade, are some of the smallest class sizes you've had for years and years.
Yeah.
So you have space for more kids. And guess what? I cross my fingers and hope that you get 80 more, 70 more, 60 more this year, because if you do, your ending fund balance will get really nice. And then the year after, if you add 60 instead of 50, your ending fund balance will have a little bit more padding. And then the year, you know, so that's kind of the way we built it, was to keep it very considering being, I guess, frugal or being very economical with the way that the district enrollment will grow. But frankly, I think it's going to grow a lot more than what's in our projection. I would rather be wrong in having less kids built into my budget than more kids into my budget.
And it's always better to have a conservative side on a budget, and my worry still is on facilities, is making sure that we're gonna have enough space at our sites.
Yep.
And I don't wanna be scrambling last minute, or be scrambling last minute to then find space for kids. I don't wanna be housing them in a multi-purpose room till we drop a portable, or, you know, I want us to be really conscious of where we are with our facilities and our needs, and always giving him the flexibility to stay ahead of the game versus combating with, you know, being in compliance with certain, you know, laws and just the needs that now that we're going to go K-8, you know, we're talking about locker rooms, you know, all of these things that we already know are a concern. And how do we move things along so where that he can say, okay, board, we need to move so that I can get these things into place so that these needs can be met quickly, versus let's spend a whole year trying to figure this out. I don't want us spinning our wheels when we know what our facility needs are now, and designing what that plan will look like, incorporating that into the budget so that way we know what the planning cycle looks like.
And I think,
One,
go ahead.
oh no, go ahead, Carla.
I think too, it'll be good, because I'm glad you said that we can revisit the LCAP, we can revisit what we need, you know, later another time, because I'm thinking, you know, we don't know what's coming down the road, and so it would be good, like in September, October, to kind of look at things again, and I don't know if, you know, kind of prioritize if it looks like, oh, we need whatever expenses.
Yep.
Where can we get it from?
Yep.
So,
Well, in regards to the building of the locker rooms for our transgender and those type of things, we can use our building funds, correct? Diego?
You know, let me wade in there. So let's have that.
Discussion.
Yeah, let's have a discussion. So what is at issue here is that the district currently, under the COVID protocols, would not even be able to open your locker rooms because the children are in such close proximity. They are within inches of each other. So that won't match the requirements built into the current guidance on how to reopen schools. So at this point in time, my recommendation is don't consider building anything additional until and unless you get different guidance from the California Department of Public Health. But what I want to bring up to the board again is remember back 3 years ago and 4 years ago when Mays and Rancho were disciplinary fire situations, suspensions every day, drama, major drama taking place. Those PE locker rooms were the epicenter of the bullying, the sexual harassment, and the major issues that we were having dialed back. Remember Carla, you mentioned earlier the phone issues. There were video problems, there was technology problems in those locker rooms. Having said that, as you know, your middle schools are getting a lot smaller. So those concerns will come down because you won't have as many kids in those PE locker rooms using them at the same time. Your K-8s have never had locker rooms. So if you choose to build locker rooms at your K-8 campuses, my professional opinion is that it doesn't align with the purpose of a K-8, which is to allow those K-8s to have a small, nurturing, non-middle school environment pertaining to staying at that school for 9 years. Now, I'm leaving in a week and a half, so my opinion doesn't count for very much. But I just want to say that if you leave the kids at Calaveras and HDLA, which currently, as you know, Carla, they play sports in their regular clothes. At the same time, one potential way to make it so that these kids engage with each other, and this is something that we've spoken at the senior cabinet level, is installing shoe lockers so that the kids can switch from a shoe that's not appropriate to run in to a shoe that is appropriate to run in. And then you're not actually physically taking your clothes off in front of your peers. You're changing your socks and shoes. Instead of wasting 13 minutes per class to get out of your clothes and get in different clothes, it'll take you 2 minutes to put your shoes on and off, lock them up, and get out and run and play with your friends. So that's kind of how I look at it. To answer the question that you asked, Jan, which is, are we able to use facility funds to do things like build locker rooms? Absolutely, absolutely. But I do want to bring up, this board has been super committed for years to Calaveras and Cerro Vista multi-purpose.
Right.
Yes, we are
Those are
staying on that.
two
No, but we-
high priorities.
We're also dealing with this transgender issue.
Which is not a locker room as much
No.
as a unisex restroom.
Right.
Yeah.
Different.
Very much two different things. Okay,
All right, thank you.
all right. I think we will now close this, unless there's any more questions.
No.
Okay, we're gonna close this, public hearing on the budget. Thank you very much, Sarah and Diego. And now we're going to have an oral report and action to approve the interim, we don't have
The
that.
county treasurers.
County treasurers, yeah, what's next?
Item 13A.
13A, yes. We don't, do we have that in here?
Is Sarah? She's ready to go.
Here we go.
So every quarter, we receive an investment of funds report from the County Office of Education. So essentially, the county office takes school funds, not school funds, but funds that all school sites have invested as a whole and invests together. Obviously, the more money you put in, the more money that you would get out, essentially when it matures. So every quarter, they send us a letter that says what they've invested in at that time and how much it's matured. So this quarter was ending in March, they're a quarter behind. And essentially stated that we received 0%, and it was 0% in gains, so we haven't lost anything. But It's just the uncertainties with COVID, they wanted to go safe with their investment. So they wanted to stick in investments they knew that they wouldn't lose money and that over time would gain money. And so as a result of it, they deposited $28 million from Treasury agencies and spent $23 million. So they ended up, still having excess fees on their end. We just haven't received any result of it because they are waiting on property taxes, because property taxes haven't come in yet. So essentially they'll settle at the end of the quarter. So this was just saying to us that wherever they've invested all of the funds, how much was invested into each item that they funded. So we have like a treasurer's portfolio that says if it was like cash or commercial paper, if it was notes, money market, all of those items, and what the maturity is on them. So if you look, you can see that some of them have really short maturities, and then some of them have like month, year, depending on what type of investment that it is. So 0% from the quarter ending in March. And then we also discussed this recently at a CBO meeting, and they noted that they see that investments are actually going to start increasing, and also the maturity on a lot of the bonds and certificates they purchase are coming up, and so that we should be receiving actually some investment money back shortly.
They should have invested in GameStop.
Who's the person that picks what they invest in?
So it is our treasurer's office, so
Melissa.
Melinda?
yes.
Casillas.
Casillas?
And they work in conjunction with both the County Office of Education and then also the clerk recorder's office.
Okay.
So they just created a report for us to see how
Wait to
everything
hear how
works.
much we got.
Well, after 2008, they're very, very careful.
Makes sense.
Thank you. Do we have to make a motion to approve?
Let's see.
Because it just
It
says
says, it's a discussion action item, so yes.
So I make a motion that we approve the county treasurer's investment of funds report for the quarter ending of March 31st, 2021.
Do you have a second?
Second.
Discussion? Do I have a vote?
Aye.
4-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good night, Sarah.
Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah.
Congratulations on your
Pictures of your
baby.
baby. Okay, now approval of resolution proclamation of Pride Month.
So item 13B is a resolution that we're bringing forward, resolution number 33. And what this is it recognizes that California state law addresses discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying towards LGBTQ plus youth. This resolution highlights the importance of celebrating and supporting our LGBTQ plus Pride Month. And the following page after the cover sheet is the actual resolution. And it allows for the district and the public to know that the district is recognizing this group, particularly during this month.
Do we want to read it?
We can absolutely read it. Anybody?
Sure, I'll read. You want to read it?
The whole thing?
I'll be happy to read it. Okay, this is, whereas June is a time to celebrate our dynamic lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, questioning community, raise awareness of quality services, and foster a dialogue to promote a healthy, safe, and prosperous school climates and communities for all. And whereas California state law addresses discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying towards LGBTQ plus youth, there have been numerous studies indicating the inequities experienced by the LGBTQ plus community, including poverty, homelessness, school harassment, physical assault, domestic violence, hate crimes, mental health issues and substance abuse concerns, and whereas studies suggest that LGBTQ plus youth are at a higher risk for substance use, sexually transmitted diseases, STDs, cancers, cardiovascular diseases, obesity, bullying, isolation, rejection, anxiety, depression, and suicide as compared to the general population, and a 2011 Institute of Medicine, IOM, report found that disparities in both mental and physical health that are seen between LGBT and heterosexual and non-gender variant youth are influenced largely by their experiences of stigma and discrimination during the development of their sexual orientation and gender identity.
Can I ask why there isn't a Q plus here? Is there a reason, or is that
I don't know.
a typo,
That,
or is it?
we can add it.
Okay, there might be a reason, I just
Yeah.
don't know.
I think, yeah, we're gonna need to add that. Whereas there is a need to focus on localized efforts and support LGBTQ plus youth, including student and school resources that focus on positive behavioral interventions and support, resources on school climate that address bullying and parent engagement, as well as tools for student health and wellness. And whereas LGBTQ plus people in the United States have made and continue to make vital contributions to the United States and to the world in every aspect, including in the fields of education, law, health, business, science, research, economic development, architecture, fashion, sports, government, music, film, technology, literature, civil rights, and politics. And whereas we are working to cultivate positive and safe school environments to empower youth with confidence and knowledge to successfully navigate and improve the ever-changing world. And whereas by recognizing Pride Month, we reaffirm our commitment to support other policies, practices, and curricula that honor and respect LGBTQ plus students, staff, their families, and all people in our community, including a commitment to research and consider board policies specific to transgender and gender nonconforming students. Now therefore be it resolved that the Hollister School District Board of Education commits to ensuring the equal treatment of all people regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity. Therefore be it further resolved that the Hollister School District Board of Education designates that June 2021 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month to inspire equity, create alliances, and celebrate diversity, and passed and adopted on the 22nd day of June 2021. Do I have any discussion?
Yeah, I think that I'm really glad that we're considering this, for Pride Month, and that we're showing, by doing this, we're showing our students and our staff and our community that we want to acknowledge, recognize, and celebrate our community that identifies as LGBTQ plus. So I'm really glad that we're doing this.
Having been a middle school teacher for many years, I've watched children struggle through this. And I think the more that we support and help our children, the easier it will be for them. And this is the picture. I thoroughly believe in this, and that I'm very, very happy that we're doing this. Okay, I would like to have a motion to approve.
I move that we approve this resolution in celebration of the LGBTQ plus Pride Month of June.
Second.
Okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
4-0. Okay. You fix the typo.
So what it is that it's a direct quote.
There's a second typo on the first paragraph where it says prosperous school climates and communities. Shouldn't it be climate?
Oh, it might be a direct quote.
It might, well, the first reference that Carla made was a direct quote from the Institute of Medicine.
Yeah.
So that could be why there's not the plus there.
Oh,
And then, if we're talking about school climates, I think it means like plural, we're
Oh.
talking about all the school
Yeah,
climates.
that's how I
I
read
just
it.
thought in general school climate. Okay.
Yeah.
But I read it as all the different
All the
schools, yeah, I read
Okay,
it.
I get what you're saying as far as the quote, it being
Oh, absolutely.
That's
yeah,
what I was
keep it.
wondering, if there was a reason for that.
Okay. All right, so our next on the agenda is an oral report and action to approve the employment contract for interim assistant superintendent, Kip Ward. I hope you have read his contract here. And pursuant to government code, oh no, that's after. Let's see,
Do we first make a motion or?
Well, yeah.
We would make a motion to.
okay, yeah, so if you've read this,
Miss, I think we found a couple, or Lisa found a couple typos. You have 1, then you have 0 on the actual contract, which should be a 2.
Right.
And then number 3, bullet 3, and then under that should be bullet 4
oh yeah.
instead of 0 zeros.
And then would 1 and 2 then be indented as like 4.1 and 4.2 or are those
Those-
5 and 6?
Separate
So
together.
Health and welfare, sounds like separate.
So they need to be 5 and 6.
Yeah.
So we definitely can update the numbering on
Right,
here.
right.
The content of the contract is what we would vote on tonight.
No, absolutely.
Okay. Then, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the contract with the edits.
And we're just the interim assistant because I know we have, yours was specific for assistant superintendent of HR. Is his gonna be assistant superintendent of?
His would be more, the way the contract is written is to allow for Kip Ward to be interim assistant superintendent in a more generalized way.
Okay.
To be able to meet the needs as they come up within the district during our term as
Okay.
interim.
Got it.
And still doing we would look at the structure of his department, but he would need to still work with students.
And then we still have assistant in case something happens with Erica, so we've got
There's
an assistant soup just in case and.
Okay, got it. Thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so pursuant to government code section,
Do we need to make a motion first?
is that what I do
Yeah.
first? Okay, make a motion first,
I
because
made
I
a
have the
motion.
script I have to read.
I made a motion, we approve the contract
Okay,
for interim assistant superintendent for Kip Ward.
okay,
I second it.
all right,
All in favor?
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, it says that pursuant to government code section 54953, subdivision C3, the board provides this oral summary of the salary and or fringe benefits for the executive position of interim assistant superintendent to be filled by Mr. Kip Ward. The term of this agreement shall commence on June 1st, 2021, and shall remain in full force until a permanent superintendent is hired and commences employment or December 31st, 2021, whichever is earlier. The annual salary to be paid in monthly installments during this month of June 2021, there's a mistake there. And in the 2021-2022 school year is $169,875. Less all statutory and other deductions. The agreement also provides for the same health and welfare benefits as other district certificated senior management employees.
So I just wanna clarify, Jan, you stated that it should commence June first, his contract says July first.
The compensation would begin June first because he's been serving in a role that requires him to do more than,
retro.
which is the same that was presented for the interim superintendent position.
Okay.
So towards the bottom
That's
where
a
it says
typo?
salary, no, on the bottom where it says salary, page 1 of the contract, it does indicate the compensation were to increase.
Commences.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Got it.
Okay. What's next?
Appoint a new permanent superintendent.
How come they don't have the raises here?
They, you checking on that?
they were trying to.
Yeah.
They might be coming on 30th.
Oh, okay. Okay, now we're going to do, discussion action regarding the process, to appoint permanent superintendent. I have something here I need to read. You know, we have been really impressed with Erica and her job, the job that she's been doing. So before we go out and hire an outside firm, which we have not done yet, we picked a firm, but we have not officially hired or drawn a contract with it. How about we have 5 individuals from HESTA, CSEA, from the the PTSO from HDLA, and someone from Calaveras who's on the DLAC committee, and then someone from either Rancho or Mesa's site council. Do in an open meeting, question and answer period with Jackie Ortez, I don't think I'm saying that correctly, who is an associate with the search firm that we are going to use. And she will be the moderator of this question and answer meeting, so that our community and the major players of our parents and our employees have a chance to engage with Erica and learn how she feels about the district and what she would like to see happen with the district. We would like to do this on July 13th at 6:30 in the evening. Is that okay with you?
That works.
Okay, so that'd be our normal Tuesday. And it'd be at 6:30 at night, that should be enough. We're gonna ask your assistant Mrs. Villalone, to help us contact these people. We do have some guide.
Is Ms. Villalone the current interim HR?
No, she's the manager of HR.
Okay.
We have, Jackie gave us a list of questions that are not allowed to be asked. And she also gave us a list of questions that we can ask. So, we will be divvying these things up, and Linda will be taking care of it, and of course, HESTA and CSEA will pick their own representative. But in regards to our parent groups, we're gonna just put all of the names in, a hopper. I don't know if you guys can see it, but my giants. And she'll pick, and we'll take an alternate in case somebody can't make it. And that's how we'll do that, that's how we'll select people there, until we can get somebody that can come, that'll work that night. But we want our community to know Erica and to get a chance to talk with her. And we'll see how that goes.
And are we also allowing or inviting our partners to either choose a question or if they wanna offer another question?
Yes, we have these questions that they can choose from. And then we also have the guidelines of things that they can't ask. So they can come up with their own question if they choose to, as long as they follow the parameters.
1 or 2 questions, how many questions will they be allowed to ask?
Well, we're also gonna ask 2 questions. One question, well, 2 of us are gonna ask 1 question, so there'll be 7 questions. We'll see, sometimes 1 question will lead to another question, so we're gonna be a little free-flowing on that.
And a little informal.
Yeah, a little informal that way. And I would like to see 2 questions that each group could ask.
That's 14,
Would that be too many?
that's a lot. That's a
Like,
lot.
I think it depends on the
Yeah.
timeframe.
Well, we'll look at the time frame and see how long this is taking. We're not gonna do it.
round robin and everybody gets 1 question and then
Yeah.
as time permits, we can.
Yeah, and we
do a
can also
second.
put a time limit of 20 minutes, and it can't be more than 20 minutes.
And can I just ask about the consultant piece, like what's her role?
Well, she's gonna moderate, and she will, like, if she knows the law very well, and so if someone asks something inappropriate, she'll be able to
Okay.
say, I'm sorry, we can't ask that question,
Got it,
you know, so she'll keep us in line,
got it.
make sure that we are only asking things that are permissible to ask in an interview,
Okay.
because that's her job. Yeah. So, any other questions?
Just for clarity, this is going to be a closed meeting, only the invitees will be able to attend.
Yes.
We will have masks requiring and social distancing that will be provided for all of us in the room. But we do wanna continue respecting, the guidance that is still precluding us from opening up these public meetings to the public, to the full public. So it will only be those being invited that will be present to do this interview with the board.
It is a closed session meeting then?
It isn't, it
It
is a
will be.
closed session because it's gonna be
Oh, it's just not
live,
in person, but it is live?
It'll be YouTube.
Okay,
yes.
Well, the people will be here,
right,
and Jackie will be here,
right,
and we'll be here,
a closed
but
session.
the public will have to watch it on
As though
YouTube.
they were panelists, right?
Correct.
The people
Yes.
who will be here
Will
are
be like-
basically panelists.
Yes.
Good, perfect, okay.
Thank you very much, Liz. Anybody else have further discussion? Do you have any questions?
Sounds clear.
Okay, So it'll be no more than 20 minutes,
Total?
total, yeah.
Oh, 7 questions.
Well,
Yeah, you're not gonna get 14.
well, I think it should be timed.
Can we say 30?
Yeah, I think it should be 30.
I think 30 is a
30 is
reasonable amount of
normal,
time,
yeah.
because what we don't wanna do is cut
Right.
her off from being able, cut you off.
Okay.
Answer.
Yeah.
All right,
Or
30,
fully answer.
30 minutes?
Yes, yes.
That's okay?
That's perfect, I will be efficient with my words.
Okay.
And I just wanna say, you know, this is one of the most important
Things we do.
things that the board has on their plate to do is hire a superintendent. And it may look a little different than we've done in the past. But I don't want it to seem like we're taking away from, you know, anything or anybody. That wasn't the intention of what it is that we're trying to do. Our overall focus is to give our district and select the right person that we feel very strongly is the right person, based on what we know about her. We know that other folks may not know her the way we do, in the depth that we do, and so we wanna give those partners an opportunity to get to know who she is, what her thought process is for the district moving us forward, and I think that will help bring a little bit of more ease and comfort to, you know, the process, because it weighs on the board, and it's ultimately the board's decision on who they wanna select and the process to go about it. And I didn't wanna just kind of leave it as, wait, what's going on, I don't understand.
Well, I think one thing needs to be said is that as president of the board, I have had, and I looked it up, and I have had site administrators, I've had district administrators, and I have had many teachers, and I have had CSEA members all email me about stop the search, we just need to hire Erica. And so with that, I think that we need to listen to those people. But I also think our community needs to get a share. And so we need to open this up, and that's why we're doing this. And we want our community to see what we see. So that's, I need a motion, please.
Real quick, can I
Yes.
also say that, I think a lot of people, the feedback I have received about our future permanent superintendent has been that this person understands, what the direction of the district is, that this person provides consistency, that this person be local. I heard that loud and clear from everybody, right? And you fit those, besides your, the other things that everybody says. And you're bilingual.
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't think,
and a female. How many female superintendents have we had?
actually, you'll be the
At
third,
least one
right?
out of there,
Yeah,
So it's something
right,
to,
and
to acknowledge.
right, but I also think that any board that does not hire a bilingual superintendent, they
Well, with our demographics, as we were
I
looking,
mean,
81%,
oh my
Hispanic,
God.
Latino, we would be doing our district a disservice at
Well,
this point of where we are with the
absolutely.
changes that we're wanting to implement and the
absolutely.
critical junction that we're in right now. And for me, Erica, it's like the full circle coming back, your story that you shared at, the promotion ceremony at Mays, to have come and be one of those migrant children and be that role model to so many of our kids in this district. To see your accomplishment, to see themselves in you and have that ability is so powerful. And that just, we did something right, you know, in that sense, because you were raised here, you went through our school system, you're coming back and giving back, and that can't be understated, in my opinion. And to me, it's an honor to have you in our district, and for you to be at the helm, moving us forward, just makes the most sense
Yeah.
for all of us.
Thank you. It's my honor to serve in this capacity right now, and I really appreciate and thank the board and the rest of our staff and our community for believing and trusting in the fact that I'm wanting to lead for our children. It's for our students. This is for all of us, you know, it's not
Right.
about me, and I see it that way. This is about us, you know, as a community. So thank you. The honor is mine.
Looking at homegrown Aaron over here.
Look at all your stories, you know, look at the story that he shared today.
Yeah, that's, you know.
See, this is what Hollister School District does, right?
Well, that's, you know, when we think about our children, and, you know, we can't say enough what the parents did this year. Look what they did this year. I mean, those test scores didn't happen all by themselves. Parents really did a lot. Did we vote on this? No.
Are we supposed to take action on this decision?
It's
Discussion
in
action.
the discussion action item, yes, because, oh, we needed to set the date, well, we did. The date is July 13th
At 6:30, you said.
at 6:30.
And it says the recommended motion is that it's, that we just discussed the process, so.
Okay,
we've
well,
done
we
that.
did, okay, so,
Oh, wait a minute, I think I went ahead, sorry.
no, that's what I have,
Oh, it is,
Discuss the
okay,
process to appoint
Discuss
the
it.
manager.
Yeah.
Okay.
that's what I have.
yes, we done
In
that.
agreement.
Okay, so, do I have a motion?
Well, I think we're all in agreement to,
Okay,
Go
well,
through
let's
the
just do a vote. Do I have an agreement? Yes, I wanna vote,
yes, to the process of inviting,
right,
you know,
okay,
these
Inviting our
stakeholders
community,
and
stakeholders,
stakeholders at this special meeting on July 13th at 6:30 to be able to ask our interim superintendent designated questions for us to then make a determination as.
okay,
Second?
all right, all in favor? Aye. All right, 4-0.
What's that?
Okay, now we need an approval
My handwriting is sick.
for declaration need of fully qualified educators for the 2021-2022.
We do this all the time,
So
right?
this is an annual discussion action item, and it is a routine procedure that allows for the districts to notify the California Teaching Commission that there potentially would be a need to place staff on specialized permits. So this is, again, done annually. The estimated number of need, sometimes, you know, is not what we need. It's a lot less than, but it gives us a cushion and an ability in HR to be able to hire somebody with a limited type of once-in-a-lifetime permit and allow for them to teach in our schools to fill a vacancy. It also would allow for us to assign a credentialed staff member to a different area if they, you know, if the need was there. Again, it's a routine action item that is done annually, and we send this paperwork to the CTC.
I just have questions since I'm new to the board. Do we have interns every year? Cause I was noticing,
We have teacher interns every year,
okay,
pretty much.
nice.
Any other questions? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Right. Do we have a closed session?
I think we just have a short closed session. Okay, I need a motion to close open session.
I make a motion that we.
Oh, wait, we have,
close it.
wait.
Oh, no, close it, right.
We have board member reports.
Let me check.
Well, everybody went to the opening of our brand new school. Any thoughts or feelings about that? Lisa?
I was really impressed. I mean, it was my first time on the campus. And so, I was able to, thank you. And Meilani's, kind of showed us a couple of the rooms and the special rooms. And, it's a campus that I would be very excited to either have my child go to or be a student at. And actually even work at. I think it would be hard to leave. It's so beautifully done, well appointed, state of the art. It's really gonna be something. And they're creating a really cool culture over there. So I'm excited for next year.
I am too. My grandson is so excited.
Is he going there?
Oh, is he
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
go?
yeah,
Sweet.
Yeah, he and his mom will walk every day and, yeah.
That's great. They did a great job with the presentation too. And Carla did a
Having those students there,
Yeah,
that was awesome.
yeah, it was a good representation too. A lot of people showed up.
Anissa did a great job.
Oh,
She
yes.
just, you know, in partnering with everyone, and I told Aaron, I mean, his speech was
Yeah,
like a highlight, and just how it felt like a community, it was a community effort, and everybody
was.
was like happy, and even if you don't have kids there, you're just like, we did this, and so just,
Yeah.
you know,
I
Thanks
just,
for
I just love our community and our county and I was really thankful that the mayor was there.
Yeah.
And you know, having Reb there, because, you know, I worked with Reb until he retired, from 1990 until he retired, and I know that was in the early 2000s. So I worked for them good 10, 12 years. And then he's on our, you know, the school board for the COE, so it's just nice. I just, yeah, it was a good day. Very good day. Any other board reports? Nope. How about future agenda items? One is to approve the pay raise.
yes,
Sure, our people would like us to do that.
that would be great.
Is that something that we would be considering at the next special board meeting?
I guess.
If it's been ratified by both unions, pending ratification.
Right.
You know what else wasn't on today's and it was supposed to be? The RISE program.
That's
For the
right.
presentation.
That was supposed to be, because we've been asked, well, I've been requesting that some months ago.
We will get that. The other thing I know is that there was for a future agenda item, the governance.
Yes.
Governance calendar. Yeah.
But there was an interest in CSBA and the Masters of Governance or.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
right.
too,
Yes,
absolutely.
the classes.
Yes.
And
also, I think I'd like to talk more about our communications person and how we can better utilize them and what plans we have for that.
I agree. I agree with you. But I don't know if we can get it on that June 30th meeting.
Well, no, I mean, but isn't this just a table for like future agenda items, not
Yes,
necessarily for the next meeting?
okay, yeah, I just wanted to
Yeah.
clarify, I don't think we could get it all.
Yeah, it doesn't need to happen immediately, but I mean,
Okay,
if we're talking
okay.
about, right.
That is the RISE one next
Because I'll
time.
forget.
Yes, that is possible.
Yeah, well, I definitely, pay raise has to be on.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, it just
Thanks,
depends on
Erin.
the ratification.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Erin.
Erin.
Thank you, Erin.
Nice.
Thank you.
Thank you.